Hey everybody, it's Robin Robbins, founder of TMT, Technology Marketing Toolkit.com, also the founder of MSP Success Magazine, editor-in-chief, and welcome to the inaugural podcast that we're doing for MSP Success Magazine, which is Great Minds Drink Alike. And I was thinking to myself, how do I combine the things that I love, two things that I love, which is learning and drinking. And so that's what we're going to be doing on this special podcast. I've also got Mike Stodola with me. Mike is my chief marketing officer and all-around badass. So he's the guy when you see campaigns and promotions and the websites and all the stuff we're doing. That is actually Mike, even though if it's good, I take credit for it. So say hi to everybody there.
Hey, how's everyone doing today?
So we are live today, and this is going to be a really interesting podcast because, like I said, this is the first one that we're doing. We're going to create a series of these moving forward, and we're not selling anything here. This is not for us to try and sell you into a membership or try and sell you a toolkit or try and sell you whatever. What we're doing here today is I wanted to kind of really memorialize this year. For me personally, it has been a phenomenal year for me personally, professionally, in so many ways. And I think a lot of our clients have had just stellar years, coming off of 2020, obviously, which was just horrible in so many ways. And I think this year still had a pretty bad hangover of COVID hangover, no pun intended, or I guess pun intended. And so we wanted to do something at the end of the year to kind of lift everybody up, to have a toast and remember what's great and bring you some amazing people. So we're going into this next year prepared, primed, ready to go, ready to have your best year ever, to really put this COVID stuff behind us, hopefully once and for all, and get back to business and make everything, I don't want to say normal again, but better than normal. We've been disrupted, and so some good things have come out of that. And the other thing we're doing is raising money for St. Jude. And if you guys didn't know this or not, but I had a personal mission that I set roughly about 10 years ago, 10 years ago, that I was going to raise $1 million for St. Jude Children's Hospital. And it was earlier this year that we actually hit that goal. So that was like one huge thing for me this year, was hitting that $1 million milestone somewhere on this, wherever you're watching this. I know some of you are watching it on the webpage. Some of you are watching it on YouTube. We got people that are broadcasting, we're on Facebook. So there's a lot of different ways you can join us on this, but you'll see there's a link to St. Jude right below the video here. And you can click on it and you can see how much money we raised. We actually raised, it's over 1.2 million. Fred Vicola, who is the CEO of Kaseya, recently made a very generous personal donation to St. Jude when we were down in Miami with Marcus Lemonis. And so that hasn't even been counted in there yet. So we are at like over 1.2. And so we're going to just keep raising money for St. Jude. So the only thing we're really going to hustle you for is maybe if you get a lot of value today, if you hear something that's worthwhile, you could donate a little money. If, we're going to have Kevin O'Leary talk to you guys, people like Chris Voss, Mike McAllowitz, James Lawrence, a lot of my members, a lot of people who are clients of mine know these people. These are people that have spoken to you at events, and they're going to give you some advice going into this new year. And if you get a piece of advice or you hear something that inspires you or something that kind of lights you up, I'm hoping that it'll inspire you to just give a little money to St. Jude. I mean, we're at the year end, and I really do think and believe in the concept of tithing. And I don't mean that in a religious way. It's not, I know it's like, I guess, mostly a Christian concept. Mike, do you know about that? Is that like just purely a Christian? I know you're Muslim or something, aren't you? I'm not sure what.
I guess I don't know if it's purely Christian, but I do know it's a Christian concept. So yeah, that's what my other Muslim friends tell me.
Yeah, let's drink and talk religion and politics.
What could go wrong?
Yeah, exactly. But anyway, so I do think, when you've had a good year, and if you have had a good year, look, if you weren't homeless, if you had food to eat, if you were safe and protected, you had a pretty damn good year. Okay. So, for me, I mean, personal wins for me, I'm actually broadcasting from my beach house, which I bought earlier this year. That was a a long-term goal of mine to have a beach house that we'd own, not just rent, but actually could own, leave all our stuff here, come down when we want. So that goal happened. We hit the $1 million mark for St. Jude this year. St. Jude was very generous. They actually named me Advocate of the Year, which is an incredible honor. Our business is thriving. I mean, we're up. Mike, I was just asking, I think I said, I think in the company meeting, we were like 32%, but I looked at the numbers. And it's 38% sales are up. So the business, my business is just taken off. I was given an honorary bachelor's degree at High Point University, which again was a huge accomplishment. And I officially hit my enough is enough number. That doesn't mean I'm quitting, so don't freak out. I always made a joke that was my drop the mic number, that once I had that amount of money, man, I don't care if I'm in the middle of a stage, I'm just like unclipping the microphone, dropping the mic, walking off the minute I know that. But, and that was like early on, you kind of have those fantasies, I guess, when you hit your enough is enough number and, you technically don't have to work again, but obviously work should give you a lot of fulfillment and meaning. And it does for me and my organization. So we're going to keep cranking. Like I said, sales are up and we're blowing it away. So, Mike, you want to add, did you have a good year or are you kind of sucking wind? I don't know. I haven't asked you that.
No, I should ask you that. It was absolutely fantastic year. I mean, it was good to get back to normal. I mean, a year ago with the pandemic, that was kind of crazy. And if there are those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, we got to talk later because it was crazy, the whole pandemic thing. But you missed a lot. But no, I mean, just getting back to normal, getting to see all of our members. I mean, I got engaged, so that's a big one.
That's right. Yeah, congratulations on that.
Yeah,
she said yes.
Yeah, I know. Third time's a charm. So we'll see. So that was a big thing. Looking at houses now. So no, just a great year all around.
Perfect. So, one of the things we got to do in this podcast, one of the things I want to do is have a drink with all of you. I mean, that's kind of the whole theme is great minds drink alike. So I wanted to kick off with our first pour. Now you can kind of see behind me here. I've got a rather, a small.
Yeah, you're both fine.
I mean, I don't have a big selection but I do have my Methuselah. I think it's called a Methuselah is of The Prisoner, which this thing is like massive. But what I thought I would start out with is my Silver Oak. I don't know, Mike, what are you drinking there?
Right now I've got a little La Crema. I don't know if it shows up.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Yeah,
look, you've already started. You gotta is that empty?
Don't worry about it. So
okay.
Yeah.
It's like he was already on for an hour ahead. So I don't know. Is there a way that people can chat? I didn't even think. I guess it depends on the platform they're watching it on, right? Like if they're on Facebook Live or something. Mike.
Yeah, we've got that. And if you guys are watching on the podcast page, mspsuccesspodcast.com/great minds, there is a chat. You just need to log into Facebook to be eligible to be on chat, but let us know what you're drinking on there, whether you're on Facebook, YouTube, LinkedIn, any of those. I'll check some of them out here.
Yeah, Mike, you need to send me that link. I'm sitting here going, I didn't bring that page up. Oops.
Okay.
Yeah, because I want to know. So I want to, that's what I'm going to, so I'm going to start off with the Silver Oak. It's a 2016 cab. And this is one of my current favorites. I kind of tend to move around a little bit. You know what I mean? I go from The Prisoner. And as you can see, I try to put a huge dent in that. And I did. And then I'll move on to something else. I like my Belle Gloss or my Camus special selection. So I'm going to start out with this. Being the drunk that I am, you can hear that nice pour. All right, there you go. Now, see, I'm also not one of those people where, turn that around there. You know how some people are wine snobs and they do the swirl and they do the sniff and I do that stuff just so, because when you go to a restaurant, the waiter stands there looking at you like you're supposed to know something. They present the bottle. And I know they got to do all that. And so I like to pretend like I know what the hell I'm doing. So, you got to do the little swirl. You're supposed to be looking at the legs, Mike. What is it that you're looking for? Yeah,
the legs and the color and all that great stuff.
Yeah.
I like how you do it better where you just put it in your mouth and you swish it between your teeth. So I think that's the new way to do it.
Yeah. Yeah. And blow it out your nose or something. All right. Well, cheers. Here's,
Cheers.
do you, yeah. Okay. So we'll cheers. Mm, that is good. And like I was telling Mike, I have not had anything to eat. So how long are we on? 3 hours?
Yeah, just 3 hours. So this will get fun quick.
It will. Okay. Yeah, so this will have fun. So yeah, so post what you're drinking below. Let us know like what your favorite beverage is. I mean, it doesn't have to be alcoholic. I mean, just because I'm a lush doesn't mean everybody else is. I have, I'm not perfect. But I would like to know sort of also if you'll post, where what kind of year have you had, right? Mike, send me that link so I can get that link up. So I can
get them in chat there. I don't know if that's easiest or.
Yeah. Okay. So very cool. So I can go to the technology marketing toolkit type page there. All right. Because I want to look at these as we're going and see kind of what you guys are saying, what you're thinking. Do you like what we're talking about? I know we've got, there's Jason.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, Jason. Jason's drinking coffee. What are you doing? Penny's drinking water. We are like lushes.
Yeah.
Look at this. Like we got our clients and they're saying,
I know.
they're like water. I don't know, all kinds of.
Yeah, we got a second water, so water's big right now. But maybe
Water
they're just hydrating for tonight, Robin. They got a big night planned.
Wait a minute, it is New Year's Eve, right?
Yeah.
Is that right? I mean,
Correct.
like I didn't get the date wrong. Okay.
All day.
Okay. It's the last day of the year. So we want to kind of, okay. Well, Jason, thank you for drinking some vodka, some Tito's, right? I mean, seriously, I'm starting to feel like a lush. Mike and I think Mike has water in his wine bottle. That's why it looked clear and empty. I was like, okay, what is going on? I'm going to be the only one that is not sober, but, no, but also, see, poor man's Bloody Mary vodka with V8 and sriracha. Okay. All right. Drinking coffee. It's 9:00. Nicole, like, come on, you can drink in the morning, have a mimosa. All right. Be creative. But also I'd love for you guys to post, kind of what was your win for this year? What is something that happened? Looking back, I know with all the craziness that when you're running a business or, if you're an executive, you're raising a family, you're running your business, you're trying to stay in shape, you're trying to get all these things done. And sometimes we forget how good we have it or how great it's been. Sometimes you do have to turn around and look back. That's like a Dan Sullivan concept. You call it, the gap. Whereas wherever you're standing right now, you're always looking to the horizon, the unmet goals, the things that you want to achieve, the things that are not right. I mean, that's the achiever mindset. And people who, like me, we drive ourselves nuts with it because we never, ever, I shouldn't say never, ever, but we have to remind ourselves to look back and go, look how far you've come. Look what you have achieved. And because you're always looking at what could be better, what could be more perfect, what you're still failing at, and even though I had the best year ever, I mean, I didn't hit every goal. Shit. I'm like 15 pounds heavier. I gained weight. I shouldn't have gained that I had lost. And then I gained it back. And, so I think you're always doing that, but I would also kind of like to know, from you guys, if you're posting, my dog is saying one client RMM 6 months increased 250%. See, there you go. Yeah. You got that, Bob hired a telemarketer to make follow-up calls. That's great. That's a great step in the right direction. So you got to make sure you look back and say, what happened this year and somehow memorialize it. That's what this podcast, for me was like, what can we do to, sort of say 2020 was so hard, and coming into 2021, we were uncertain, but things really turned around well. And we just don't want to screw it up at this point. Right.
Robin, we got people coming in hot. If you go to the other page, mspsuccesspodcast.com, that /great minds one, we got Steve. He says, greetings from Bourbon County. We got Patrick drinking a double IPA. So the strong stuff. Okay. Someone's driving right now and listening, so they're not drinking yet. We got coffee. We got scotch. We got McKellen's 12 after 12. Dave Hodger. So we got a bunch in there. So that's where our drinkers are hanging out at. They're not on the Facebook page. They're on the main
They're-
podcast page.
All right. Well,
So,
you watch that. I'll watch
Yep.
this, and between the two
Perfect.
of us, I know there's like a couple. We have it broadcasting. It's on it's on YouTube too. So anyway, here's what I want to do. I want to bring up our first speaker. His name's James Lawrence. Now, if you were a Producers Club member, you know James Lawrence, right? Because he is the Iron Cowboy. And, you know, Ryan Markell, who runs our mastermind division, was the one who recommended we have James. I was like, you know, I don't know. I mean, he's amazing. So he ran the 50, which is like 50 Ironman triathlons in 50 consecutive days in 50 different states. And that is a superhuman feat, right? And I was like, well, you know, but I don't know. Is he a good speaker? You know, he's just like, can he talk business? And I got to tell you, I was blown away. He, don't tell Jocko Willink. I'm saying this. See, I'm already a little tipsy. But Jocko and James in the same conference, and James had a greater impact on our audience than anybody else. And it was so impactful, his presentation. We actually brought him back. And at the time when he spoke, it was the last speaking engagement before he did the 100, which was 100 consecutive Ironmans in 100 days, like unbelievable. And we had him come back and speak. So if you would, Jason Austin, who's in the background, let's bring up Mr. James Lawrence. Is he there?
He's here.
Dude.
Robin!
What's up?
I love you. Happy New Year, Merry Christmas, holiday, Hanukkah, whatever, man. I just love you. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, that's great. See, there goes my dog. I told my husband, I said, I'm going to kill you if this barks. And yeah, dog's barking. James, I love you too, dude. I mean, you're such a unique person, and, you know, Sunny as well. You just good people. You know, when you spoke to people, I mean, it really was from the heart. It really was from the standpoint of, you know, I mean, just like, it was just real and authentic, and you accomplished something that I think most people can't even imagine, just putting themselves through that physical endurance. You know, and so I think, you know, we only have a couple minutes. We got a lot of speakers and whatnot, but you know, just there's a lot of people who don't know you, but real quick, just tell your story, like just like 30 seconds of what you did and what drove you to do this.
Oh man, okay, the quick Cliff Notes version. So my very humble beginning, got destroyed by a simple 4-mile fun run. Fast forward a decade, we're tackling the most insane challenge of 100 consecutive full distance Ironman triathlons. And for those of you that don't know, a full Ironman is a 2.4 mile swim, a 112 mile bike, followed by a full marathon run, 26.2 miles. So 100 consecutive days, that's a quarter of a year, no days off, a total of 14,000 miles. And when I graced your stage right after the 100, I don't even remember it because I had such trauma, such brain fog. I went through cognitive therapy. And we recently found out that in that bike crash that I talked about on stage on day 59, I actually broke my back. And so we did the last 41 consecutive 140-mile days with that broken back. And so just so much has happened even since I've spent time with you. It's just been an absolutely wild year.
Yeah, I can't imagine. I mean, you know, it's like, because this time of year, everybody's trying to get in shape and, you know, trying to lose a little weight and everything. And, you know, when you go to the gym, I mean, I think for me, but for a lot of people, I mean, you just worked all day, or you're tired from the night before, depending on, like, I'm an evening workout person. I know some people wake up early, but, you know, that alarm clock goes off and you're laying there and you're exhausted and you're hurting or aching. But you, like what you did, you took it to another level, dude. I mean, you know, I think of that. I think of you every time. I'm like, oh my God, my knee hurts, my back hurts. I'm like, shut up. You know what I mean? I just think of you, and it's like, it puts it in perspective. So what would be one thing you could tell people about pushing their limits, not just physically, but mentally? Because what you did was every bit, maybe more, a mental game than it was a physical game, right? What's one thing you could share with people going into this new year about pushing limits?
Yeah, it's interesting. I think your physical on something like this, your physicality needs to match your mental strength, and they need to be on par with each other in order to achieve really, really high levels. But my advice for anybody that are like wanting to push limits and take things to another level, I think one of the biggest things I've learned by traveling and speaking and having many conversations with every level of person is that we're hardest on ourselves. And I challenge everybody to flip that switch or lens on the way that you see yourself, and maybe see yourselves the way that people that admire you see you, and be okay with where you are at. Nobody starts out the expert, and it's okay to be where you are as long as you keep showing up consistently. And I know that's super cliche, like show up, be consistent. But I think I want people to just realize that it's okay where you are at today. Stop comparing yourself against your future best self, and just keep moving towards that individual.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, so when you were doing the 50 and definitely on the 100, right? There have to have been times when you just wanted to quit. Like your mind's going, why am I doing this? I could be doing harm to myself, irreparable harm to myself. Like, this is crazy. I mean, how did you get yourself to get up and do another one and another one and another one?
Yeah, it's interesting. Many months after the 100 had concluded, I got an email, and it was titled, "You Changed My Life." And in the body of the message, it was a female that had never heard of our story, and a friend invited her to day 100, which was our final day, and just to do some running with us and participate in that. And then she went home and from that experience made some changes in her life and completely changed the trajectory of what she was doing. And the reason I share that story is because your question was, what keeps you going when it's hard? And for me, it's, we never truly know who's watching, and we never truly know the impact that we're having on them. And so when I woke up broken on day 80, having no clue how to do 20 more of these, like totally broken, totally exhausted, the thought comes.
Let me just add, was that the one that was the hardest to get going again on 80, or which? Or
yeah, 80 was kind of that one where I was like broken. It was the first time I pulled my phone out and did kind of an update to social media, and I literally said the words, "Today I'm just going to try," because that's literally all I could do in that moment. And when you're in that moment, you have to think, if I quit today, who am I missing an opportunity to impact and influence? Because many people watching this, and we're leaders and influencers, and you truly don't know who's watching. And so had I quit on day 80, I would have never had the opportunity to show up on day 100, where that woman came out and had a life-changing experience. And so you always have to think, if I don't show up today, who am I not setting the example for? Who am I not giving an opportunity to come along with me on my journey? And so that's really the mantra that I keep going with. Like, if I don't show up today, who am I missing an opportunity to influence and impact in a positive way?
Right. I mean, what you're basically saying is having a bigger purpose, something that is beyond yourself. Because I think if you don't have a mission beyond yourself, people get bitter and resentful. I think, a lot of people's unhappiness, to quote Thoreau, is, most men live lives of quiet desperation. And I think a lot of that comes from not really living up to our own expectations for ourselves. Everybody wants to say, oh, society puts these impossible body images, or this, you got to make a lot of money, or, and I think there is some of that, but I think really what they really are struggling with is their internal conscience that is talking to them, and they know they could push themselves. Because I remember one thing you said is, and maybe you could touch on this a little bit, is you can always push yourself one more rep, right? It's like, I think a lot of us quit well before we reach our limit. So talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, in terms of racing and what I do, your body is always communicating with you. And the best example that I can use is when you're running or biking and you're exceeding your prepared level, and executing at a level higher than you've prepared to do, what your body does is it cramps. And it's an early neurological signal for you to slow down. Well, your brain can trip that signal. And if you know some of the tricks of the trade, you can trip that signal, that cramp will dissipate and you can continue on. And so the Navy SEALs always say, look, you've got 40% more is when you believe you've reached your limit. And that is the reason why we had the celebration. We accomplished the goal. We did something that nobody else has ever done. And I made a decision to get up on day 101 when I didn't have to, and jump in the pool and swim 2.4 more miles, bike 112 more, and run another full marathon to make it a total of 101, to just show my kids, look, when you're broken, when you're possibly defeated, you can get up and do one more. And sometimes you're going to have to get up and do one more on your own by yourself. And as long as you just believe that it's just one more, eventually miracles will happen and put in place, and you'll have crested the mountaintop.
Yeah. So what are you doing these days? Are you, I know you're still speaking. I know you took a break for a while from everything just to kind of rehabilitate yourself, but what are you doing these days?
Yeah, the biggest thing that I need to do is, like you said, take that break, reset my mind, reset my body. I went through unbelievable brain cognitive therapy, but January gets absolutely nuts for me. I'm a little bit terrified. I legit have 19 speaking events in January alone.
Nice.
We are launching a new fitness app that is going to be for the person who just wants to get up off the couch, maybe doesn't want to do triathlon. And then we're launching a brand new triathlon challenge, some group coaching. So tons of fun stuff going on. We just wrapped up our first mental training class to help people get, control of their mind, the thought processes. We're editing the second documentary. I'm writing the second book. We just signed a contract to do a feature film on our journey. Robin, it's been wild. It's been crazy. I wake up every single day terrified and super, super excited.
Cool. I just wrote that down. I'm writing my notes here a little bit because the mental training class sounds like something like I would love to know about. I mean that sincerely, personally, and I know our members too, because I think some of them even went and did some of the races with you. I think in the 100, it was. They went out and they were supporting you there. So if somebody wants to get more information about you or the mental training or the app or whatever, where do they go?
Yeah, the two best places is going to be our website, just ironcowboy.com. And then we do all of our posts and launches and everything on Instagram and Facebook, also at Iron Cowboy James. Okay,
cool. Yeah. Got it. All right. Very cool. Well, James, thank you. You're an amazing individual. Are you drinking it? You don't drink, right?
Good memory. I do not drink. I've never had alcohol, but I have right here. It's non-alcoholic. Okay. But it's a new company called Well-Being, and they're promoting it kind of as like a recovery drink with good carbs and whatnot. It is a non-alcoholic beer. I'm terrified because I've heard beer tastes like garbage. So I don't know. I might save that for tonight. But if we want to cheers, we can always do a traditional one of these.
Try not to make a face. Like if you're getting an endorsement when you drink it, you got to be like, this is good. Like, if you're getting an endorsement and then you can spit it out after you're off camera.
Well, the problem was they said, hey, we want an honest opinion. And so I'm like, okay, well, here we go. I don't know if you really want it, but I'll give it to you.
Okay, well, here we go. Cheers.
Cheers.
I can tell you this tastes good.
What is that?
This is my Silver Oak. I got my whole wine selection back here.
Okay.
I can actually work out a little bit tipsy. I don't feel as much pain. I suck the next day, but
you are Wonder Woman. I put nothing past you, Robin. Nothing.
I don't know. I have limits. All right. Well, very cool. Thank you, James. I appreciate you so much.
Absolutely. Happy New Year's to everybody, and just keep showing up.
All right. Thank you. All right, Mike, what do you think of that? I mean, are you?
Yeah, no, James is just incredible. We had Justin Bragg mention in chat that he ran his first marathon this year because of being inspired by James. I know, like you said, we had a bunch of members who joined him in some of the runs, or at least several members, and a lot of others that were inspired to do so on here. So it's a big guy for our group, and I think you're absolutely right. There's probably a bunch of people who want to get in that mental toughness challenge.
Yeah, I mean, that is really everything. I mean, in business is a mental game. Fitness is a mental game. Getting yourself to do things. I mean, that's all a mental game. And when you see someone like James, who, I mean, think about just doing one triathlon. I mean, there's a lot of people watching. I would die doing one triathlon. I mean, to do 50 or 100 consecutive, I can't even imagine. I mean, and the story, like, you guys, if you're really interested, you should like look into more of that story. I mean, he did it when his body was like completely broken and got up and did it again and again, which is just amazing. So, all right. So if you like that, guys, right below the video here somewhere is a St. Jude link. So if you like it, give maybe $5, maybe 50, 100, 500 to St. Jude. That's what we're here for.
Fred Vicola did 100,000, so I think that's the starting point there. So
who did what? Fred, because he did 100,000.
Yeah. So
yeah, that's kind of hard to top, isn't it? Yeah. All right. So our next speaker, I think he's lined up. David Marquette. Now, David is someone I had speak at one of our events. He is, I'll just read a little bit of a bio in case some of you are not familiar, but he's a retired naval captain. He's a speaker and consultant, obviously. And he's the author of the best-selling book, Turn the Ship Around. And it's a book that Fortune magazine called the best how-to manual anywhere on delegating, training, and driving flawless execution. And what I like about the book and what I really appreciate about David and all the people that we're going to have here today is he didn't write a book report. He didn't just go study other people who, knew how to do leadership and does a book on it. He's the real deal. So just really quickly, in 1981, he graduated top of his class from the U.S. Naval Academy and joined the submarine force. And in 1999, he was diverted from being captain of the USS Olympia to take command of the USS Santa Fe, because the captain of that ship had quit. And at the time, it was the worst performing submarine in the fleet. And it was a type of submarine he knew nothing about. So he turned the whole ship around, literally, and using intent-based leadership, and continued to, it actually became the top performing ship in the Navy, and continued to win awards and promoted more officers and enlisted men to positions of authority and responsibility more than any other submarine. So, he now speaks on these topics. Like I said, I brought him to our Producers Club meeting. People loved his message, loved what he was doing. And so let me welcome you all to Mr. David Marquette. David, are you there?
Yeah. Hey, Robin, how are you? Good to see you.
How
again.
are you? All right.
You're looking well.
Yes. How about you? You look great.
Yeah.
Do you drink?
Yeah. I do. Unlike the Iron Cowboy, I do drink.
Okay, but I mean, is that water, or is that what is it you're drinking there?
It's Chardonnay. It's California Chardonnay.
Okay.
I've been drinking it for the last 15 minutes, so my glass is almost empty. So this could be a really interesting conversation.
A little truth coming out, right?
The honest truth.
Yeah. Okay, so I told people a little bit about you. What did I miss? I mean, what should people know about you, and from a leadership perspective, from a personal perspective?
I was a guy who was never supposed to be a submarine commander. I was a geeky kid growing up in Massachusetts. I was socially awkward. I was on the chess club and the math team, and but I did feel passionately about the Constitution. And I graduated from high school in 1977. We were in the midst of the Cold War, so I wanted to do something. And I kind of set myself with this aspiration of being a submarine commander, because that was just the coolest thing you could be during the Cold War. And there were some ups and downs, but it worked out. but it was an indirect line. I was told and I was inculcated into this idea that leaders are decision makers. Leaders make decisions and get the team to execute the brilliant ideas that they have. And it was like the air we breathed. It was so deeply ingrained in us. And then when I got to Santa Fe, and you were exactly right, it was a submarine I'd never been on before. I wouldn't say I knew nothing about it, but I'd never been on this kind of submarine. All the details were different. And so like at a logical level, I said, well, I need my team to help me with this. But from an emotional and a habit perspective, I'm the captain. I'm supposed to give orders. Now you watch any movie. I'm watching this thing, Vigil, now on Netflix. I don't know if anyone's watching. It's terrible in my mind. It's atrocious in the way they present the submarine for us. But it's very common because you see the captain's giving, or he gives order after order after order after order.
Sparks them, right? Like there's no movie where there's a group and they go, okay, well, guys, what do you think we should do?
What do you think?
Like the leader has got to make the decision.
Exactly, because it's a movie and we got to make drama. And then typically the leader makes a bad decision early that we then have to extricate ourselves from. And then we give ourselves a reward for fixing something that we messed up. Anyway, so that for me was the hard part, was the behavior change of not making decisions, because I made a commitment never to make a decision as a submarine commander. And we had to change our language. Our whole vehicle was through language. And so I became really enamored in the power of language. I'll give you a very simple example. I outlawed the word they on the submarine. You couldn't refer to anybody else on the submarine using the word they. Now, we had a lot of theys. We had like officers and enlisted and engineering and operations, and they. And who made the mistake? They always made the mistake. We never made a mistake.
Right.
But when you change it, and sure, I'd received many a lecture on, well, we're one big team, but nothing ever changes. And I said, you know what? You have to use the word we. If you're going to refer to somebody on the submarine, I don't care what rank they are. I don't care what department they're in. I don't care how you feel about them. You're going to use the word we. And 6 months later, people would say, this is the most amazing culture of teamwork I've ever seen. Why? Not because we gave lectures on teamwork, but because we changed our language. So
was it just that, or was it really, I mean, because you were trained in the Navy and they're teaching you leadership skills. Was that something they taught you, or was that something you're like, no, they taught me the opposite, and instinctually you just kind of knew it was not the right way to do it?
Yeah. They taught me how to give orders and attract followers. And what I needed to do was to figure out how to stop giving orders and to create leaders. So there were a lot of good things that the Navy had in place, which I appreciate more now, 10 years after I've left the Navy and I've worked with businesses. For example, the Navy has defined a very good common language, common procedures, common ownership. If you take any decision on a submarine, you can probably figure out pretty quickly who makes that decision. When you go to business now and I ask, well, whose decision is this? I get a lot of, well, this, it's like, so there, you can't put, well, the word we use is push authority to the people with the information, but you can't do that if you can't really figure out the structure of the authority that begins with.
Okay. All right. So if, I want to ask you something, this kind of like, it's like I say personal, because I've got a new sales manager, and I had a great sales manager. He got another offer, and unfortunately, we're good friends. We left on good terms, but it is what it is, right? So I've got this new sales manager, and I'm super excited. He's amazing. I'm very excited to have him on the team. And so
I'm gonna steal him from you.
No, you're not. I'll kill you. All right. I mean, like literally, there's an evil streak in me. I'm just saying. I keep it under control. Okay. When I start to drink, it comes out a little bit.
Okay.
I'm gonna keep the gun locked up. Anyway, no, I mean, like seriously, good sales managers, good salespeople, forget it. Good God, it's like a battle over them. But how, like if somebody was coming in to lead a team and they're the new guy. I mean, that's what you were on the Santa Fe. I mean, you're like this new guy, doesn't even know the ship. People thinking, oh, great, here's another dum-dum coming in to bark orders who doesn't know what the hell he's doing. Where do you recommend someone starts if they're just starting to take over a team?
Connection. Your instinct, if you're like most people, and I'm guessing if you've hired a hard charging salesperson who's been successful in the past, the instinct of him or her is going to be, let's get going, let's roll up our sleeves, let's figure out what's messed up, let's make it better, let's charge. Mm-hmm. And my advice would be pause that. And just focus on connecting with the people first. And a good way to do that is just ask them questions. Hey, what do I need to know about this? Tell me more about this. You don't need to feign like you're an idiot. You don't need to say, oh, well, I don't know anything about sales. You can say, well, how do you guys do it here? What's worked for you? We say, let people, we call it celebration, and you do it by letting people tell their story. So how do you guys come up with this? What was hard? What did you consider that you rejected? How did you end up with this particular process? On and on and on. Let them tell the story of the struggles that they had before you got there. And then if you want to say, okay, well, so here's an idea. Let's run an experiment. Let's tweak it a little bit more. Let's build on what you have and tweak it a little bit more. How about we run an experiment for the next month? When we first answer the phone, instead of saying these words, let's say these words, and let's see how it goes. And we'll see, if it's better, worse, the same as what you got, and then we'll go from there. So number one, you're making it safe. Number two, you're letting them be visible in your eyes and feel like they have a sense of value. And number three is, for the changes, you're not saying this is immutable stuff that I know for 100% fact that it's better, but hey, could be wrong, but let's just check it out together. And then you're activating a learning, the learning dimension in that. Hey, let's see how it works, and then we'll evaluate it and work on it together to make it better.
Okay, I got another question for you. Like, because I'm a leader in my organization, I think I'm pretty good, right? Yeah. I mean, that's my ego speaking though.
You are really.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. I always say, assume you suck, because it's a safer assumption. In everything.
You could be a submarine commander.
Just assume you suck.
You'll be closer to the truth than anything else.
Right.
And
I mean that. I'm not just saying that. I mean, there's times when you go, oh, I feel so. I just pulled off the most amazing thing, but then there's other times I'm like, God, I'm the biggest idiot. Yeah. And that happens sometimes hourly. You go from one to the next, right? But so the people that are listening that are CEOs of companies, how do they know if they're a good leader or not? Because I could go to Mike. Look, Mike, he's sitting there half drunk. He's going to tell me I'm a great leader because, right. I mean, I'm paying him. I mean, do you know what I mean? So because when the higher up you go, the more bullshit you get, and people hide stuff. And how do you know if you're actually being a good leader?
Well,
is it performance? Is it what is it?
Yeah, it's ultimately it's performance. I mean, no one cares what kind of culture you have on a nuclear submarine if you're not hitting it out of the park. If you're melting down the reactor, we don't care that you had a great culture that had a lot of inclusion. We don't care.
It's like salespeople when they tell me, at the end of the week, you're like, okay, what sales did you bring in? And they're like, well, none, but I did develop some really good relationships.
Yeah, we had a great offsite. Yeah, so you got to give the salesperson so your job here is to tell the person, hey, look, I don't care if we don't sell anything for a month. Just get to know the team. Because you got to relieve the pressure on them to want to perform immediately and prove themselves to you.
Right.
Yeah. So, what was the question?
But how do you know you're a good leader? You could also get a result. Everybody hates you.
What's happening to your people? Are they leaving? Why are they leaving? And if they're leaving, what are they doing? Are you building more leaders? So I'm 62. Over the last year, I've been going through a process of basically selling my company to the employees and getting someone else to run it. So I'm putting myself out of a job. I'm still going to be a product of my company. My company can send me out to do events and speaking and whatever, that kind of thing. But I'm no longer running it. I'm not going to any weekly meetings, not going to any daily meetings, I don't want to do any of that. So leadership is a journey toward irrelevance, and you got to start today. So the question is, absent yourself from a meeting, or maybe if that's too scary, come in 5 minutes late. And then what happens? Do they all sit around waiting for Robin to show up? Well, that's a low mark. Do they just get on with it and say, well, the senior person here is going to take charge and we're going to start moving on, or whatever it happens to be? And like, hey, Robin, oh, it's good you showed up. Let me tell you what we're doing, blah, 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 blah. You want to build independence, not dependence. Too many leaders are addicted to the psychological juice of all the people who think I'm so important and I got to stand outside my door and get my pontification on whatever it is I think.
Or review every decision, which is another big problem, because if you have to review everything that's going on, you just slow everything down.
Yeah, and then you're not scalable because ultimately you're going to be choked out, and then you're going to feel overworked, exhausted, whatever. So I think a really good test is what happens when you're not there, because like we've all got stories of the person who was unexpectedly ill or wanted to retire, or we got a lot of baby boomers now that are trying to sell their businesses, and I work with some private equity groups. The business is worth zero. They're worth everything, and so they're really despondent because they thought they were building a business for their families onward, but there's no value without them, and so they can't leave, so they're trapped. So you don't want to be in that position.
Right. Very cool. All right, well, time's almost up here, and I appreciate you being here. Thank you for your service to the country. I don't want to leave without saying that. And you are a brilliant individual, and I am honored to know you, and I hope you have an amazing new year. So cheers to you. We'll drink to you.
Cheers. That's bottoms up for me.
Absolutely. All right. And if people wanted to learn more about you, get your book, where do they go?
Yeah, our program's called Intent-Based Leadership. So go to intentbasedleadership.com, on the web, on LinkedIn. The original book was Turn the Ship Around. And then right when COVID started, I wrote another book, which I think is really particularly relevant, called Leadership is Language, which is about the words that we use. And it basically makes the call that you've been programmed to use an industrial age language, even if you think you're an enlightened leader, and that you really want to rethink the words that you use. And now that things are happening remotely, I think it's more important than ever. Leadership is language.
I love it. All right. Well, we'll go over that URL. We'll post that up. Thank you, David. I appreciate you so much. Happy New Year.
Cheers, Robin.
Cheers.
Thanks. And thanks for the good people at St. Jude, the work they do.
Thank you. All right. Okay. All right, Mike. Do you think I'm a good leader? I mean, based on that, I don't know. You might feel
I've got to say, yeah, but we'll see next time you're late to a meeting, I guess. So, yeah.
I'll get in there late and, see who's talking or whatever. Actually, Nicole, just start. I mean,
oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, very cool. Very cool. All right. So I think we have our next speaker lined up, and this one's going to be fun. So Mr. Doug Lipp. Doug is an 8-time business author and authority on building. See, I'm starting to drink too much. Exceptional organizational cultures. It's a skill he developed early on in his career when at 29 years old, he was put in charge of employee training at Disney. And as we all know, my kids just came back from Disney. So you can see behind me, I've got like a Harry Potter wand, and my daughter, Jamie, my oldest, she is like into Harry Potter. So she brought me those things back. But I think if you go to Disney, it is an incredible organization. The way they execute consistently, the service is second to none. And that's why people go to Disney, the Disney Institute, because they want to learn how do I bring this back into my organization and deliver that. And we had Doug speak at our Producers Club event a couple of years ago. And he was just incredible speaker, lots of wisdom on customer service, on just getting your team to implement and execute excellence. And he does a pretty cool Donald Duck impression, if I remember. So I don't know, maybe we can convince him that. So Doug, hey, how are you?
You're Robin.
Oh, wow.
I'm drinking water. I don't know how many sips of wine y'all have had, but if I slur, it's just because I'm stupid and old. It's not to do with alcohol.
Well, like I said, I didn't have anything to eat today. So, I'm.
Hey, just a little factoid, Robin.
Yes.
Harry Potter is Universal. Disney had a chance to build that out and they lost the opportunity.
Oh, well, there you go.
I think Universal knocked it out of the park anyway.
Well, so I don't know what they did then, because like I sent them off. I'm at my beach house in Florida. And as a Christmas present, I said, here's money, go to Disney, and so they went to that area of the country. You know what I mean? Like, so.
Is that a Christmas present for you, Robin, or for them?
It was for me. Don't tell them that,
okay.
though.
Okay.
They don't watch any of my podcasts. I could say anything here. Nobody watch. None of my family watches my shit, none of them. So, but they just came back from Disney. Emily, the little one, she's still into the princesses and she brought a big stuffed Pluto and all that. So, but I'm just saying, that's why I've got they went, I guess they went to Universal too, but they brought back a bunch of stuff and that's what I've got. So, but no, Disney U. So Doug, what do people need to know about you? I gave a very brief intro, but just so we get a background for you.
Oh, really, Robin, my whole career has been about understanding organizational culture. Even as a high school student working in the YMCA, I was always about how do you become a better leader? And much like you were talking about with David, is how do you know you're a better leader? And frankly, in my career at Disney, we saw the downfall of not having a succession plan. So I've always been looking at organizations that are strong and how do they get stronger. And frankly, a lot of the things that I saw in Disney that were absolutely brilliant can be had by anybody. So it's not secret, it's not expensive. It's just doing the heavy lifting of creating that organizational culture. And since I left Disney, I've been working with companies large and small around the world on helping them overcome cultural differences, linguistic differences, generational differences, and building even stronger cultures so they remain relevant.
Okay. So when you're talking about building like an organization, what we're really talking about as a CEO, what we want to build an organization, which of course is people. That's what, that's what it is. You want to build teams of people who can implement excellence on a consistent basis. Just like you said, it was really good that we have you, right after David, because it's like kind of one and the same, right? Because we can't scale that way and we can't do it all. And if we really want to deliver wow to our customers, it takes teams of people, in right. Any business. And so when we're talking about that concept, is it hiring the right people? Is it culture? Is it training? Is it systems and process? Or is it all of those things?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I try to break it down into 3 buckets just to make things simple. I look at hire right, train right, and treat right. So yes, you've got to get the right people on board. And right now we all know that because of COVID, so many organizations worldwide are begging to get people and they can't. Doesn't matter how much money you throw at them, but this is an anomaly. This too shall pass. So you get the right people and then you train them properly. And training doesn't mean one and done. It's ongoing employee development from first line employees all the way to C-level executives. And then it's putting them into a culture that reflects the kind of values that maybe your recruiting posters talked about. So to give you a real simple example, when we at Disney would hire a singer or a dancer to be Snow White, we didn't just hire the best singer or dancer. We put them through a rigorous program of basically an interview wherein we didn't listen to them and we challenged them with ambient noise and lights flickering on and off and interruptions. And if they stopped in the middle of a song and said, well, what are you doing? You're not listening to me. We knew that talent may be great for Broadway, but not for our culture. So hire right, train right, and treat right. And most organizations screw up one, if not all of those.
Okay. So most of the people listening though are small business owners, so Disney, they can put together a team of people that create the training, right? So what would be a piece of advice that you give to a small business owner who has limited time and resources? I'm not saying they can't do anything, but they,
Sure.
obviously, they're probably not going to have the time to put together extensive training
Sure.
manuals and video. Like what are some simple things that people can do to start building that culture of excellence?
Sure. Well, I think about the Producers Club when you and I met, and it was back, I think, in March of 19. And I think about the MSPs and the folks that were in that audience. And certainly you don't have the staff and the resources of a multinational corporation. But then I also think about the men and women that I've worked with who own small companies. I remember working with a bunch of people from Kentucky Fried Chicken franchises. And the most successful of all those are the ones that had a culture of respect. And this is how it helped them. They said, we have mostly high school students. And because we have such respect for them, their friends come in droves to work for us. And so we already get the best of the high school kids. And therefore, we don't have to spend as much time teaching them to be nice. We can train them on the basics. So the training can be in 30-second bursts. It can be in 1 minute pats on the back and a quick on-the-job training. This is a great way you handle that customer. Next time you might want to consider this as well. So it doesn't have to be onerous and multi-day and in a classroom with PowerPoint presentations.
Right. And you just said something that's really interesting, because like what we talk about, keeping it real, rewarding, easy, attractive, lucrative, right? That's the kind of business you want to build. I remember you called the office and said, what does keep it real mean? And Kathy didn't know. And man, I'll tell you, from that moment on, because we listened to calls coming in, I found out about it. And I think she has it tattooed on her arm now, so she can just do this, you know what I mean? But that was funny. It was actually a good exercise. But anyway, but one of the things we talk about is being attractive as a company, and people think about it from a marketing perspective, like you want to be attractive to customers, right? But I think you just brought something up, which is you want to have a business that's attractive to talent, especially today, because there's talent wars going on, right? Yeah. And so what were some of the things let's go on that Kentucky Fried Chicken, the KFC. How did they give me some tangible examples of how you treat your employees with respect? Give me something tangible there.
Sure. Well, I'll start off with something fairly philosophical. Be human. For example, as you walk in as the owner, the husband, the wife, the partner team, you own 5 or 10 franchises. You make sure that you visit every franchise on a regular basis, meaning daily, weekly, monthly, however far apart they are in the country or the world. When you go into the office, you smile, you greet people, you approach them, you give them the time of day. When they talk to you, you listen. So it's real simple. I mean, David was talking about the art of leadership and the communication that we have. It's all too often that I see people that focus so much on, let's get stuff done, let's stick with the plan, and they forget to smile. I'll give you an example. The man that was my mentor at Disney, his name was Van France. He started the Disney University. One of the things that he said to Walt Disney before Van ever agreed to start the Disney University, which in this day and age, Van would be known as the chief cultural officer. He said to Walt, I want you to agree that our employees are our most important resource. And the way that we treat them backstage, back of the house, is the way they're going to treat our guests front of the house on stage. So we have to be friendly, we have to be smiling, we have to be nice. It doesn't mean that every day is roses, but it means that you are human and you connect and you take the time to say, how are you doing, and empathize with people. And I think, Robin, quite frankly, in this era of COVID, the ability to show empathy to each other, to our bosses, our subordinates, and certainly those whom we serve is a skill and an art that is lacking in too many organizations.
Yeah. I think especially now that we're all remote and so forth, you don't get that, togetherness as you say. And, one thing I will tell for those of you who are listening, because I see this a lot in with our members, and we deal with a lot with their marketing managers per se. But what happens is, like, a marketing manager will come to us and they'll say, well, help me figure out what videos I should watch on the dashboard, which is our member portal, or
Right.
what should I do? I'm the marketing manager. And, my answer to them is, well, what did your boss hire you to do? I mean, I can't direct you until I know like what and they don't know. And they'll say, well, I say, well, do you have a job scorecard? Do you have a job description of the results you're supposed to produce and the activities? And they say, no. And I'll say, well, are you meeting with your boss on a regular basis? And they kind of go, no. And I'm like, well, so this person's sitting there and they feel unimportant. You know what I mean? It's like, I'm getting a paycheck, but I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I don't know how I'm being measured. I'm not given any time or attention from the boss. You're not gonna, if they're a super talented person, nobody's going to hang, even a dum-dum's not going to hang around in that environment. People want to be connected. They want to know where you're going. They want to be informed. They want to be involved. So I think, is that kind of, I'm interpreting what you're saying, but would you agree with that?
Well, no question. People need to know where they stand. And there's also the situational leadership comes into play. That situational leadership has been around since the early 70s. Some employees need more coddling than others. Some employees want to be left alone. So it's incumbent upon a good manager, supervisor, and leader and owner to know which of those employees need more hands-on care, which of those need to be left alone, and then manage and lead them accordingly. And that also goes back to the hiring. If you have a whole bunch of people who need a whole lot of time and energy, you might say, you know what, next we need to hire somebody who's going to be more independent. So it goes back to the hire right, train right, and treat right model I talked about earlier.
Yeah, very cool. All right. Well, Doug, I don't want to keep you any longer. We've got our next speaker lined up here. And if people wanted to know more about you, and you have a couple great books, and where would they go to get more details?
Well, certainly the Disney U book is the 8th of the books I've written, and it probably captures everything that you and I've been talking about. But my website is douglipp.com. And I also have an LMS program, and it's chock-a-block full of these ideas. And that's on leadershipmagic.us, leadershipmagic.us. And I just have so many different ideas that I've learned from you as well. So I think it's wonderful for leaders, as you said in your earlier component, to let down your ego and realize that there's always opportunities to learn. And in my Japanese background, the concept of Kaizen, the continuous pursuit of perfection, means putting your ego away, lock it up in a locker, and learn from others.
That's why our symbol is the orange cone. I don't know if you know that or not, but that's like orange cone time. It says we're always under construction. We're always trying to get better, So Doug, I appreciate you very much. Thank you for joining us. And if you love what Doug said, St. Jude,
Mike.
come on,
cheers.
say something in like Donald Duck to donate to St. Jude.
Hi, everybody. To St. Jude.
Everybody give your money to St. Jude. I'll have to interpret for Donald. I'm an interpreter.
That's very cool. All right. So right below the video somewhere, wherever you're watching, there's a link to donate to St. Jude. So I appreciate you. Thank you, Doug.
Happy New Year, everybody.
Happy New Year. All right. So cheers. Mike, what do you think about that? Do you think maybe I should meet with you once in a while? What do you think?
I know. I mean, we've met twice though.
I think. How long have you been with me?
Annual 10-minute meeting. So it works out. So
yeah, I mean, we meet and I'm like, how many sales came in? How many leads? Get more.
It's pretty straightforward.
Yeah. What else do you need to know? I mean, seriously, do you need to be coddled?
I know what to do.
I mean, seriously, all this bullshit that you want me to say, how are you and whatnot? Like, I don't care.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's terrible. I'm kidding. I care.
Yeah.
Because I need you. All right.
Well,
all right. Okay. So our next speaker, are you ready for our next speaker, Mike?
Absolutely. Excited about this.
Yeah. Okay. He is, many think he's the mean shark on Shark Tank. But we know and we love him as Mr. Wonderful, and he truly is wonderful. It's funny because I have 4 aunts, and they're elderly, and they were just here for Christmas, and one of them loves Shark Tank. And so I was telling them all about the sharks and how great Kevin is. And, I did say this, and I do mean this. I've worked with Kevin a lot, and he is super easy to work with. He shows up, he does what he says he's going to do. He keeps his word, he keeps his commitment. And he really is just an incredible entrepreneur and individual. And I think he plays the mean shark a little bit up, because you got to have a villain, right? So he really doesn't need much of an introduction. But the reason I love having Kevin on and talking to him so much is because he's the real deal. I mean, he sold his first company to Mattel for $3.7 billion. He's a founder of multiple organizations, O'Share Investments, O'Leary Wines, Something Wonderful platform. So, Kevin, cheers.
Thank you. You know, I just heard about this whole wine thing, and I got to tell you, Robin, I jumped immediately to my number one seller, my Chardonnay. I've won awards over the last 6 years for this. This is my Chardonnay, unoaked Chardonnay. And guess 80% of sales of Chard are by women. And most of my Chardonnay is sold direct to consumer in 42 states. I'm just doing a little plug here for shopmrwonderful.com. But now that you're giving me that chance, I can't help myself. So I'm having a little sip of this Chardonnay.
I would be hugely disappointed if you did not plug your wine. I mean, I was telling Nancy that. I said, we're doing this Great Minds Drink Alike. I'm down here in Florida, and I think O'Leary Wines, because we had it that one time, you did a fundraiser at my house with St. Jude, and we got all the O'Leary wines, and they're really good. I mean, this sounds like sort of dickish. I don't mean to be, but I was like surprised. I was like, oh, because it's being sold on QVC. I'm like, yeah, and it's modestly priced. It was really, really good. It's still exclusive to QVC, correct?
Well, Robin, this is a great segue to what you do so well. For 5 years, when I was selling in retail through all the massive retailers, I lost money every year. And then the laws changed, and I was able to ship to 42 states direct I've got 3,000 acres in California, Washington State, Sonoma, Napa Valley. And we started shipping direct. We partnered with QVC. There's 6 million people on a minute. Direct to consumer changed everything for me. Profitable to wildly profitable. And now I'm running a $10 million wine business, and I know every customer. I have a relationship with them. That's what you're about, Robin. You're about telling people to connect with their customer, develop a relationship, find out what they want, and service them. That's exactly what O'Leary Fine Wines did 5 years in a row. My wife said to me, you got to stop this. We're losing millions of dollars. This is crazy. And I turned it all around. Now we make money, and she's not whining anymore. She's not whining about the wine.
But so you were selling through QVC that whole time, right?
Yeah, well, QVC became a partner when I switched. I dumped retail because it's 3 tiers of distribution. 97% of wine in America, Robin, is sold for under $15 a bottle. So that means I've got to make millions of cases, which I do. I have the logistics. I flew to Philadelphia. I met with the executives and said, guys, let's form a partnership. Everybody knows me as the shark that loves wine. I've got a brand. People trust me. I curate these wines myself. I blend them myself. I've got my own winery in California. I think I have your back on wine. I'll make great wine for under 15. And then we have to acquire customers. You've got 6 million customers a minute, all women. I sell my wine to purchase decisions in the home on beverages. They make the decisions. 88% of what I sell is to women, and they tell me what they want. They like rosé, they like sweet wines, they like Chardonnay, they like Pinot, they like Cabernet Sauvignon. I've got a huge test group, but it's all about that relationship direct to the customer. That's what business is about in America today. I don't care what sector you're in. I don't care if you're in the wine business or selling jeans or selling sneakers. You got to figure out how to go direct to consumer, and that's what you do well.
And that kind of ties into something I'm going to ask you about, which is, Shark Tank really is a launch platform for businesses. And you absolutely have played that so well, leveraging your brand, Mr. Wonderful, Kevin O'Leary. You've become, like a household name. Like I said, I'm here on my beach house. I've got aunts that are coming in. They're in their 70s. And they love Shark Tank, and they know, and they watch it. And it's such a powerful personal brand that you've developed that then filters into all your other business ventures. And one of the things that I teach clients is you want to become a personality brand, because right now we got enough of everything. Like you said, there's millions of bottles of wine, there's millions of pairs of jeans, there's thousands of marketing companies. Like, we all have enough of everything. There's like no shortage of anything but common sense these days, right? And so how do you, I mean, so what advice would you give? I mean, you clearly are very, very good at this. And I know you're doing it intentionally. Maybe you're doing it subconsciously, but how important is that personal brand of differentiating in the marketplace today when there's so much of everything?
You know, you have, so I'm going to, I don't want to make you, I don't want to blow your head up any bigger than it is, but they have to trust, even when it's not easy to say it. And I get called the mean shark as I tell the truth, but it is the truth, and people in their gut know it's the truth. If your business has no merit, it's going to go to zero. Somebody has to tell you, you've got to try something else. And I'm the person that does that. And yeah, I take a lot of flack for it, but it's still the truth. Forming a bond of trust with the consumer. When I tell people that this Chardonnay is as good as one that sells for 66, they either trust me or they don't. And luckily, most of them trust me. They try it, they believe it, and that I form. Trust, the world, social media, direct to consumer, all of the marketing that's direct. And yes, you're right, Shark Tank's an amazing platform, but it's really based on, you know, I believe certain things and I tell people, this is what I use, this is what I buy, this is why I invested in this company. Here's my thesis. What motivated me to put $250,000 or $500,000 to work. I think it's a great product. And I'll give you, when a woman came on and said she was doing cat product called Base Paws, all the other sharks laughed at the pee out of a cat, put it on a Q-tip, sent it to a lab, and told you how to keep your cat healthy, particularly around oral health. And, you know, cats sort of 12 to 17-year life. Believed in her, I invested in her. That is a huge $100 million business now, because she told the truth about this thing. There's 100 million cats in America, more cats than dogs. I believed in her, but she had that vibe, Robin, that consumer trust vibe, and she went. And I think that's what Shark Tank's so good at, getting these entrepreneurs a chance to speak and give them. It's all about direct to consumer. It's all about trust. It's all about brand. It's all about relationship.
Right. Right. No, I agree. Because I think it's, again, people, they're buying from another person, you know, especially the more we move into a world where Amazon can deliver everything to your doorstep in 5 seconds and at the cheapest price, you know. And so what's going to make somebody choose your brand, your company over somebody else? And it's that trust. It's and it is a lot of the leader and the personal brand and so forth. I mean, that's really, really key. So another question I have for you is, if you remember back at boot camp, one of the things you said to people in the audience in the IT industry, because remember, they're all in the IT industry, cybersecurity, compliance, all the remote work and remote workers and so forth. And you said, look, if you don't double your business, it was either double or triple, you're an idiot. And you said it very nicely. I mean, but talk about telling the truth. Now that we're at the end of this year, do you still believe that? Like, what are you seeing from a technology, like your investments and all the companies that you have? Is tech still as hot? I mean, I know the answer, but I just want to, hear it from you.
Hotter than ever. Let me tell everybody that's listening the truth, because I've got so many investments in so many different companies in so many different sectors, 34 of them. Everything from insecticides to wireless charging to gym equipment to commercial. All my entrepreneurs know nothing about technology. They have no idea how to secure, no idea about what services they should, how to engage with the cloud, because they're really good at what they do. They know gym equipment, they know wireless charging, they know commercial kitchens, they know cupcakes, they know all this stuff, but they don't. And I deal with them every day, and we're trying to standardize on platforms that can service us on security, on all the different licenses we need from the Microsofts or whatever.
Compliance, compliance.
All that stuff. And so the opportunity for your constituency is to, a CEO that's successful is spending their business. They're not running their back office tech to run it for them. And so what I said last year, I double on that. If you're not tripling your business, you're an idiot. That the whole world is direct it's online, it's social media. We just, you turn it on, you expect it to work. And so if you are able to provide that service and give, top quartile customer service around tech, you're going to make a lot of money, because entrepreneurs do not spend their time sitting down online learning, how a server works or how a cloud service works or what an IP address is or what technology they have for security. They have no idea. And if they're spending their time doing that, they're wasting their time in terms of growing their business. It's your job to solve it for them, and they'll pay you for it because they need the service. It's that simple.
Yeah, I know the biggest challenge, like if you remember at boot camp, we talked about they don't typically lose clients. They sell these agreements on 3-year contracts, often a year to 3-year contracts, so they don't lose customers very often. It's all recurring revenue because IT is a recurring service. I mean, you need it every day, 24/7, 365. And your comment was, it's all about all the money, the effort, everything has to be about acquisition, marketing, acquisition. And so, again, I just love that, maybe if they won't listen to me, they'll listen to you. It's Mr. Wonderful.
Well, I mean, customer acquisition is everything, but the best practices that have built up a customer base is word of mouth, ambassadors that you're servicing to tell other potential customers about the quality of the customer service. IT is about customer service. They don't contact you when something goes wrong. I don't have to tell you that. And it's how fast you can fix those problems or expand their capability or do the things, additional services. It's only going to get more important every year. All you have to do, to me, it's all about customer service. They're very price insensitive when everything's working and you're giving them great customer service. The only reason you would lose a customer is because you're not taking care of them. And you deserve to burn in hell for that. That's my view.
Cheers. Okay. So, one other question, because I want to, we've got our next speaker. I guess maybe two. One is, are you wearing pants? No, you're probably wearing pants. You're just wearing flip-flops.
No, I'm not wearing pants. I don't wear pants. I'm famous for it. I wear Japanese fishing pants. They're comfortable. They're package friendly. It's good in the office. I like it. And I'm not going to see my pants, Robin. So what does it matter what I got? I may have no pants on right now. Who knows?
Well, that's what I was wondering. I'm sitting here drinking, going, I wonder if he's wearing pants. It makes it more interesting. Maybe what we'll do is we'll do under the desk video. If for those who donate a lot of money to St. Jude, I don't know. We'll think about that, but it's all good. Now, what for this next coming year? What do you got going on that's exciting, that's new, that people should be checking out? I mean, what do you got cooking for 2022?
So in 2022, and Nancy, who and I work with, we are doubling our budget on social media. We are going to what we're calling vertical. We are hiring teams that platform independently. We used to have 1 or 2 people that worked on all of the platforms. We're not doing that anymore. TikTok is different than Instagram, is different than Facebook, is different than Twitter, is different than LinkedIn. And this is for customer service and customer acquisition, that this is our fastest growth area. So we're doing a lot more work in new content for each platform. For example, we shoot TikTok horizontally for Facebook, vertically for Instagram. And everybody that's doing this knows what I'm talking about. But this is our biggest growth area. Social media, when you see me on television, whatever show it is, doesn't matter. I get more views of that show on social media than on the network. So we take that content, we reposition it, we work with the networks, we redeploy it globally on all of my platforms. I have millions of followers. 2022 is about learning social media and customer acquisition. It's going to be because this pandemic thing, it's changing. The whole pandemic thing, but it's forced consumers to start considering about forming relationships with companies they care about. I mean, that's what matters. And so if you're in IT, you are the infrastructure of that relationship. Everything has to work. And it's your job to make it work. And customers will pay you for it. So let me leave you with this idea, because each year we have that saying, if you don't quadruple your business, you're an idiot. That's how I want to leave it.
All right, that's great. All right, well, Kevin, appreciate you as always. You're great to talk to. I hope maybe, if you're down in Miami, I get to, maybe you'll entertain me for like a visit or something. Come over and say hi to you or whatever in Florida. Where
Rob,
are you?
Rob, I am in Miami, and I was at the Fajina for lunch today. I got to tell you this story. And these two high schoolers were right beside me, and I was talking to one of my financial services guys, and we were having this deep dialogue about fixed income in the portfolio I'm managing. And the high schooler, I love the guts of a 17-year-old, comes right up to me and says, look, I go to high school in Washington, D.C., Shark Tank night. The whole school watches Shark Tank. Could you please do a Zoom with our high school? Here's all my information. And I said, kid, you have kahunas. I love the fact you walked right up to me. You asked for the order. You got right in my face. And of course, I'm going to do it for you. But I did more. I called up Clay, the producer, right after that in LA and said, this kid is fantastic. Let's put him on Shark Tank. Now, who knows what's going to happen? But Clay loved the whole nachos thing. I love those serendipitous moments. It's so cool that would happen. But remember, you got to ask for the order. You have to ask for the order. You got to get up there, stand up, and go ask for the order. That's what that kid did. He's 17.
Yeah, no, that's a lesson I think every entrepreneur listening right now, because they get too timid and they don't want to ask for what they want or what they deserve, and then they end up settling and getting nothing. So very cool. But yeah, appreciate you. Cheers to you, Kevin. Yeah, and Happy New Year.
Wait, just before we go, just to prove it.
Okay.
Zachary Lubdar, he wrote it down on this little note and threw it in my face. Zachary, you kick ass. You're fantastic. That's it right there.
All right.
How cool is that?
That is very cool. I'm going to make sure my kids see that,
Yeah.
like they're going to do that for sure. Okay.
Robin, great to be with you again. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Appreciate it. All right. So, all right, Mike, what do you think of that? Good.
Yeah, that was awesome. I mean, I didn't get a chance to show them off. O'Leary wines are hard to get, but
oh, you have one?
Well, kind of. There we go.
I couldn't get it. Yeah, I couldn't get it down here. I know. I don't know what's going on.
O'Leary wine. So very nice.
Yeah. I'm drinking my cheap Silver Oak, or my maybe overpriced. I don't know. I like it, so I drink it.
Oh, there you go. Well, I liked it. While we were waiting, we have Whitney like in the background, and she's like opening a bottle of water, and I'm like, if she cannot open that bottle of water, nobody can, because I mean, look at the guns, Whitney here.
All right, yeah, very cool. All right, so let me just, before I bring on Whitney, let me just remind everybody, if you're getting great content and you're enjoying this, then please click on the link below and donate to St. Jude. I mean, give back a little bit. Come on. It's, we're all having a good time. We're having a drink. Are people drinking now, Mike, or are they not drinking? What's going on out there?
Yeah, go in the chat and let us know what you're drinking now, unless it's water or coffee or something else boring. So get in there, let us know, and go from there.
Yeah, because I'm trying to see here, like Bob Mitchie's like, oh, fancy business card. I don't know if you got that kid's card, Mike. We could probably use them for social media, right? Steal them.
I know. I'm feeling this is being recorded, so yeah.
Yeah. And it's funny because Neil Jern saying, I told my daughter I got to meet Kevin O'Leary, and my cool factor as a dad went way up. So it's very, very cool. Yeah. So yeah, keep posting, guys. Tell us what you're drinking, what you're thinking. All right, so next up, I've got the amazing Whitney Jones. Now, Whitney was introduced to me by my good friend Joe Polish. A lot of you guys know Joe, Genius Network. Joe and I go back many years. He was one of my early mentors, but Joe has just constantly said to me, you got to meet Whitney, you got to meet her. She's a badass. You're going to love her. She's driven. She's successful. She's fit. She's the total package, and she is a 3 times Miss Fitness Olympia. She has won that, and owner of Pro Physique's personal training gym, which is the largest personal training gym in the state of Arizona. She does personal training, fitness routine choreography, and contest prep to coach athletes who compete across the country at NPC and the IFBB. events. And in addition to that, she's a Lululemon ambassador. I'm wearing Lululemon pants right now. As a matter of fact, love them. And Fitfluential ambassador, which makes her part of a huge network worldwide of fitness enthusiasts that share information, knowledge, and so forth. So I could go on. I'm just being short here. So Whitney, hey.
Hi, how are you guys? Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. What are you drinking? Are you drinking water while I'm sitting here? My fat ass is drinking wine. It's no wonder you look like you do. And I look like
I always drink water, but I do indulge. However, I will show you because I love my Moscow Mules. That is my go-to drink. But you can make it healthy. This is my ginger beer, light ginger beer. But yeah, Moscow Mules, they're my thing.
Okay, so that's your thing. All right. Well, you gotta have a look. You gotta be like, you can't be Superwoman. Like Superman had kryptonite. You gotta have like a little flaw. It just builds the character. It makes you a more rounded, likable person when you have.
I don't even say it's a flaw. You gotta have these little added elements that just make you sparkle and shine. So everyone has to have fun.
Exactly. This is the red wine. Oh goodness, this is my downfall. Oh, this is my kryptonite. All right. Well, what do you want to tell people about yourself? Because I gave a very quick overview. I mean, what else should people know about you?
Well, unless you're familiar with the industry, it is kind of bizarre. Basically, the easiest way to explain it is everyone's familiar with Arnold Schwarzenegger. It's the same type thing. I don't do bodybuilding. I do the fitness division, meaning I do the routines with the flips and the jumps and the strength moves and the dancing. So I do the fun division, basically. But I've won that now 3 years. I'm the current champion and super proud of it. So I'm right up there with Arnold, just not quite his muscularity, which I'm okay with. He can't do a backflip, but I can. So whatever, Arnold. But yeah, I'm also a single mom of 2 boys. I own 5 different businesses. So fitness is my specialty. All my businesses are around fitness. But, and yes, I'm super proud of my title, but I also am very, very proud to be a successful entrepreneur. I love public speaking. I love stuff like this, being able to give back. So this is an honor to be part of this and to speaking with both of you guys. So such a fun event to wrap up 2021 and then literally kick off 2022 and make it everyone's best year yet.
Exactly. Now, where have you always been fit? Like, have you always worked out, and is this become natural, or is this like when did you get into being fit as you are?
Well, I was always in sports growing up. I had 2 older brothers, so I literally had no choice. And then I loved my brothers, so I wanted to be just like them. So I've always been in sports, but did not actually get into like lifting until I was a full-grown adult. So this sport is actually something I got into late in life compared to most people who start competing and doing these competitions at a young age. I was way late. So basically on paper, I should have never been at the top. I should have never won the title, but that's what I love. I love to prove people wrong. I love to show and demonstrate with my words, my actions, that you can achieve anything if mentally you are focused and then you have the work ethic to back it up. I firmly believe it. And this was another opportunity to kind of get into a sport at an older age than almost all my competitors and then dominate in reality. So it doesn't matter what business you're in. If you have that mindset, you will be successful. There is no doubt in my mind. You just have to have the mindset that you will never fail. And if you go with that and you have your passions driven behind that, guarantee you will succeed.
Yeah. I mean, is it like, because I know the fitness years ago, I actually competed in a bodybuilding competition. I came in second. I didn't like it though. I love fitness. I love lifting. I love all that. I'm like, that's kind of my body type. I'm naturally muscular and whatnot, but so I liked it because I enjoyed the workouts. I mean, that's basically it. But is it, because you say to people, like, the fitness industry is hyper competitive. I mean, like, I don't think most people don't know this. That's why I'm saying I competed once. It's hyper competitive. I mean, you've got people that they don't run businesses. Yeah. They don't have jobs. They don't have kids. and they, like their spouse, and all they do full time is prepare for competition. That's, I mean, it is hyper. So when, I don't know if people realize how tough it is, you know, to be at the top of your game, to be a mom, to run businesses, to do all that and still be at the top of your game. So, you know, when you look at the other competitors, how did you edge them out? I mean, I know we say, well, it's commitment and it's focus, and people go, yeah. I mean, and it is that. It's kind of like, how do you edge out somebody when in a hyper competitive world? Is it really just getting up early and doing the reps? I mean, is it that, or is there something else to it?
Mindset, 100%. I mean, to be at the top and to be at the elite level as an athlete, you already have the work ethic. I mean, that truly is something that is a true statement, because you wouldn't be there otherwise. Right. But if you can't tap into being a mentally strong athlete, it will never happen. You'll never get to that highest level. I'm a firm believer in it. I've had several competitions where mindset was off and it never worked out. So I do a lot of mindset training, just, you know, championship mentality of believing in yourself, visualizing the moment, visualizing the win, visualizing everything working out perfectly. Because honestly, that's what helps bring it to fruition. Because the work ethic, you know, the dieting, the workouts, the stretching, the body work, all the stuff that is surrounded by every athlete on what they need to do is already there. It already exists. But if you can't get your mind to be so focused and so strong, it'll never happen. But it's something you have to work on daily. And it's quieting the noise. You know, again, as an athlete, as an entrepreneur, as a mom, you always have these voices to try to bring you down, to bring doubt into your head, to tell you can't do something. You have to be strong enough to push all of the negativity out, to block the noise and stay focused. And if you can, that's where you truly see the success that you've envisioned, that you've wanted, that you've dreamed of. But you've got to be strong enough to honestly block out all the noise and have zero doubt, block out all fear and just go for it.
Now, cause I have a definition of mindset. Like everyone, we talk about mindset, like what the heck is it? I mean, what is mindset to you?
To me, it's believing that you can achieve whatever is in your list of goals and just finding a way, because you're always going to have roadblocks. I mean, look at 2020, all this COVID, the pandemic. Anyone in, I'd say probably 99% of the world, unless you were, you know, you're with some of the vaccine companies, everyone was hit with hardship. Everyone struggled. But if you have the right mindset, you'll find a way. And for me, mindset is finding a way, staying positive, not allowing any of the fear or doubt. So honestly, being so focused, prepared, and ready for what you want is where your mindset, to me, is the strongest. That's what it's about. And building yourself up or doing whatever research, whatever self-motivational talks, maybe it's books, maybe it's a therapist, working on elevating your mindset, because it is different. I truly believe it's different for everyone. Everyone has a different definition of what mindset or what mentality works for them based on their goals.
Yeah. I mean, do you think from my perspective, I think one is people think they have goals, but I don't think they're really clear on them. I think a lot of people will say, well, I want to lose a little bit of weight, right? But they don't get on the scale and say, where am I today? How am I going to get there? Like, what weight do I want to be at? What does that look like? What does that feel like? If I lost 2 pounds, a pound a week, how long am I going to get there? So I think when people say, like, it's as simple as like having a goal, right? I mean, like, sure. I think a lot of people aren't clear on their goals. They think they are, but they're not clear. And then I think it's truly wanting that goal, not saying I should do it, because, you know, if the minute that you set a goal and you're like, I should do this, I think there's no energy in that. What do you think?
Agreed, 100%. I think you need to put it out there too, because that creates accountability. If your goal is to say lose 20 pounds, if you vocalize that to your friends, to your family, some people put it on social media, because then you're kind of on the hook, like, oh, well, crap. I mean, I can't be lazy. I can't be skipping the gym. I can't be falling down on my diet. So you need to vocalize it. And you're right. A lot of people will set a goal but then they forget the plan to get to the goal. And truly, that's where the magic is. And being realistic. You know, if you're like, okay, I've been working out and eating right for 2 years straight, haven't changed, but now I'm going to lose 20 pounds in 2 months. Doing what? Because what's your plan of action? How are you going to change that? Now, again, if you were someone who hasn't worked out forever and you just need to get moving, yeah, you'll lose some weight. But if you don't have specific details on how you're going to get from point A to point B, 100% it's not going to happen. So you have to lay it out, and you have to be willing to evaluate and modify it. Because again, 20 pounds in 2 months, for example, is pretty extreme for most people. So you may be 3 weeks in and you're going, okay, well, I'm not dropping like I should. Well, modify it then. Do not create a failed plan that's just going to derail you and get you unmotivated. So say, okay, it's not going to happen in 2 months, but at this pace and this rate, I will hit my goal by 3 months. And honestly, hire a professional. That is the best thing you can do. You must invest in your health. Yep. Yeah. I do online training for athletes and lifestyle clients all over the world. And it's great. It's that accountability. You know, they check in, they send their photos each week. I modify their diets, their workouts, their cardio programs, their supplements. You've got to have someone that you got to answer to. That's the first step. And you need to have somebody who's educated and can help you get there in a realistic way. But it's one of the best things you can do, especially for very busy, minded, like career minded people who get carried away with work and then their health gets pushed aside. 2022 needs to be the year of focusing on you, self-care, self-improvement, because that will help you in every aspect, business, family, relationships. So if you're not focusing on you, what are you doing? You're wasting your time. And then you're going to focus on it when you're, it's way too late and you've got all these medical issues going on or health concerns.
Yeah.
Do it now.
What's the saying? Like, if you don't take care of your health, you'll be forced to take care of it. Or there's like I've been drinking a little bit. So, but yeah, I mean, it's like, you're either going to be proactive about something. And this, we could say health, we could say finances, we could say marketing, we could say, you're either going to make a decision that I'm going to start moving towards this and this goal, or at some point you're going to be forced to deal with it. And when you're forced to deal with it, you're going to be in a position where it's a holy mess, like your health or your finances, because most people don't do anything if they're not in a lot of pain. Right. So if you're like, you're a little overweight, you go, well, I'm a little overweight. Right. But or I'm a little, I skip workouts. Right. People go like this. And the reason I think they stay in that is because they don't see any immediate damage being done, right? They're not happy, but whatever, right? I think it's unfortunate, but it's until they have that heart attack, until they have the stroke, until some kind of major problem, then they go, oh shit, now I have to deal with it. And they're climbing out of a big hole that they put themselves in,
Absolutely.
So,
absolutely.
Yeah, I agree.
And so many people work so hard every day. But you got to work hard on living and having fun. I mean, what's the point of working so hard, making a ton of money if you're not spending it and like enjoying it? So a lot of times that's where it can benefit you. You've got to be healthy. You got to be fun. If you retire and you're so like out of shape and just health is, what's the point of retirement? That's lame. You're bored now. So we got to think ahead. We got to be proactive. And it's not that difficult. I think so many people think in extremes. It's like, oh, well, I'd love to go to the gym. I'd love to lose some weight. But gosh, I don't have 2 hours to spend in the gym. Guess what? Neither do I. Nobody does. And if they are, they're doing it wrong. Right. But it doesn't have to be extreme. People just need to start make realistic goals, small baby steps, work with a professional who can help you, and you're going to have results. Have that mindset that you're going to make some changes. You got to do it for you, though. Can't do it for anyone else. It won't work. It's got to be for you.
And don't do it because you should. Do it because, find a deeper meaning than that. Find a real purpose, something that lights you up. And that's part, I think, of the challenge for all of us is figuring out how to negotiate with ourselves to get ourselves to do the things that we want to do. We want the result. And, so we can talk hacks and tips and tricks and blah, 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 all these things, right? But at the end of the day, it's what motivates you, Whitney, is different than what motivates me, which is different than motivates Mike. And, part of, I think, self-mastery, which I think is a really good word. I think that's actually the meaning of life. I'm drinking a little bit, so I'm getting into philosophical, but I think a lot of the meaning, I think the meaning of life really is about becoming the best version of yourself. Right. Yep. It is really about saying, because none of us are perfect. We're flawed, all of us in a lot of different ways. And we tend to look like someone would look at you and go, oh my God, I wish I was like Whitney. Look at her. She's beautiful. She's fit. She's a mom. She's running business. How the heck? And then it's easy to compare yourself with, we don't compare with people worse than us. We always compare somebody who's doing better and make ourselves feel bad. But I think, part of that journey of life, and next year we got a fresh new year. What we're looking at, I think, is really about saying, how can I even improve 1% per day? And multiply that. Maybe I start out by just drinking water. Maybe I start out by, instead of like 2 glasses of wine, I have 1 glass of wine. I don't know, whatever, right?
Small changes. Yep. Goes a long way.
For sure.
And I encourage everyone to be so bold, declare some crazy, crazy goal. I mean, if it's something you say and people look at you like you're nuts, you're onto something. So make a bold declaration of what your health and fitness goals are for 2022, shout it, spread it so that people are accountable. And it may not happen in a year, but when I won my first Olympia title, it's because I put it out there. And even when it came out of my mouth, I thought, how the hell am I going to do this? But I said it, I made the goal, and then I outlined a plan to get there. Wasn't in a year, but hey, I got there and no looking back. So I challenge everyone to do the same.
Right. And who cares? Don't worry about people making fun of you. Oh, New Year's resolutions, blah, blah. Who cares? It's as good a time as any to start now, So
Absolutely.
As time as any. Yeah. All right, Whitney, if you wanted to learn more about you, where do they go? What's your website? What you got going
on? My
website
website is fitwitjones.com. My email is the same, fitwitjones@gmail.com. And I'm super active on social media, primarily Instagram. So if you love shenanigans, a lot of debauchery and craziness, along with actual useful information, you can find me at Whitney Jones _IFBB Pro.
Very cool. All right. Thank you, Whitney. Happy New
Thank
Year.
You guys.
Cheers to you.
Cheers.
Have a drink.
To you and Mike. Absolutely. Thanks, guys. Drinking up.
Thank you. All right. Mike, you know what? I got to talk to you a little bit, man. Okay. You are just too talkative. you need to settle down a little bit because you're just ridiculous. You're just like the slow drunk in the background who's just kind of sitting there. And
just sits over in the corner of the bar there. Yeah. Well, I'll wake up, say something, like pass out again.
Yeah, like shake your weight, Mike.
Perfect.
Run a Facebook ad. Okay.
So Whitney had that debauchery on her Instagram site, so we're all good. I followed on all my accounts. Robin Robbins now follows Whitney Jones, so we're good there. I'm looking forward to 2022. Yep.
Put that on the marketing plan. More debauchery. All right, we need a whole thing on that. Okay, I don't know what it is, but we need more of it. Okay, so so guys, here's the deal. Next up, we were going to have Marcus Lemonis, and unfortunately, Marcus is not able to join us live. But don't go away. Good stuff. So Marcus, first of all, he's a tremendous human being. We just had an event down in Miami. With how many people were in the room, Mike? About 65, 70, something like that. MSPs. Yeah, they were all CEOs, MSPs. That's where Fred Vocola, because his office is like a block away. So we invited Fred down. He donated $100,000 to St. Jude during that Marcus Lemonis event. And it was a phenomenal event. And I know you're going, yeah, whatever. I mean, it really was a game-changing experience, not just an event, but it really was an experience. And it was just Marcus off the cuff. And he's a brilliant entrepreneur. I mean, he started from nothing. He's got Camping World, Good Sam. They're billion-dollar companies. He's on NBC's The Profit, which is a TV show. It's kind of a play on Shark Tank, but it's different because he actually goes in and turns businesses around. He doesn't just invest. He does put money down, but he actually turns them around. And it's absolutely, he had to stop filming it. And it was by his choice. It wasn't because it wasn't popular. It was very popular, but just because he's so busy. I mean, and when just that I've worked with him at boot camp. We're bringing him back again this year, boot camp by popular demand. At this event, I've just interacting with him. The man works like he's a beast. And so he said that he would try to be here, but his schedule, like he's literally on a plane cross country doing deals and meeting people and doing charitable work, things like that. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to play a video clip of this event in Miami. And this is not anywhere else on the interwebs. You can't find it anywhere. And it was a question that one of the members of the audience asked, that Scott, I think it's the one, Scott Haggis-Dagan, who asked the question. And it was about buying a business. There was so much wisdom packed into this next video clip that I'm going to share with you, that I thought, well, since Marcus couldn't make it, I still wanted to share something with you that you could learn from, that you can benefit from. And of course, in the MSP world, there's so many mergers and acquisitions going on. Many of you out there might even be thinking about buying an MSP. Mike, I mean, is there anything you want to add to that before we play the video?
No, I mean, just again, an incredible event. And I mean, I had so many takeaways, I mean, pages of notes. And one of them was the big thing when he's stepping back from his businesses and the people get worried and they say, who's going to take over? And he says, well, why not you? Why can't you take over? And it's just continuously about leading, doing it, just making yourself better and more valuable to the organization. So there were just so many light bulb moments from Marcus. So excited to see this clip again.
Okay. All right. So with that said, Jason and Austin, who are in the background, let's play the video.
So what's attractive, and I'm in the midst of considering, is acquiring another MSP, larger than us, and going into debt to do it. Want to find out, if you had any strong thoughts or opinions on doing that. I have a close friend of mine, is a VP for a large pharmaceutical, trying to talk me out of it, saying, look, you're on a good, healthy clip. You're going to bring on all this additional stuff, try to talk me out of it. Do you have any thoughts or opinions on that?
I do. I embarrassingly don't like debt. Now, my business is a little more cyclical, so there's risk that the market could change and I'll get trapped in an environment. I love acquisitions. Most people think I take a lot of risks. I don't, because I worry about what the risk consequence means to everybody else. Like for me, I could live in my car and go sell cars. That's what I would do if I lost everything. For the other 14,000 people, it means more. The problem with the debt market is that no matter what anybody tells you, a lender always thinks like a possible equity holder. If you look at the covenants of any deal, you look at the structure of it, whether you admit, if you're a lender yourself, you'll understand this. There's always a discussion in committee. What happens if it goes bad? Do we own the asset? What's the coverage like? Who's going to go in and manage it? How are we going to move people out? What are the control provisions? But if your business has enough predictable cash flow, truly reliable annuity cash flow, and you can look at that amount and say, this portion of it can service the interest, the next question is, how do you pay it back? First time I ever met Jamie Dimon was on a phone call. He called me to tell me he loved something that I was doing and he wanted to meet. And we went in to meet and he said, you know what my biggest problem is with all the people that work here? I have a problem with the way I pay them. I pay them to originate loans. That's their job, put assets on the street. I should pay them on a methodology of how do people pay the loans back. We don't teach people how to pay them back enough, and I don't think companies, particularly in a time like this where money feels free and it feels easy, it's like a drug. We just take it, make an acquisition. The worry that I have with acquisitions is you're buying people, their culture, their systems. This is how we used to do it. And if one or two key people leave and that business doesn't go well, what happens? Can you grow at a slower pace? Can you grow at a more profitable pace and a less risky pace without making it? Maybe not. And so for me, I'm the last person that should say don't do acquisitions. I'm in the market today on a debt deal, $300 million. It's a big number. It scares the crap out of me. For those of you that understand how it works, you get a rate, you get an OID, there's a discount, there's a whole complication to it. And the first thing I thought was, what if we go into a downturn? And I stuttered a little bit this morning, like, maybe I shouldn't do it. Maybe I don't need that deal. In the end, I'll do it because I have a part of my business that has enough predictable cash flow that if I had to sell it off or do something, I can get out of it. So if you can't find your way out and know it today, I wouldn't do it.
So what you're saying is, what's the worst case scenario, and can you live with that? And still service the debt?
Kind of, because worst case scenario sounds extreme. I like to sleep at night. And part of the benefit of sleeping is knowing that I owe less people a smaller amount of money. When I take on a lot of debt, I have a lot of anxiety. So I'm in a public company. I have equity holders that have questions and want answers and to make demands. Now you have lenders that have the same thing. And it's hard to play to both of them because when you are in the equity and the debt market at the same time, those two audiences want different things. And what you forgot to serve is the business and the customer and the employees. So that is one thing that debt will cause you to do. It'll change your behavior a little bit. That is, I don't know how big the transaction is. What's the cash flow? Can you say?
About 3 million.
Put it up here.
3 million.
And what do you have to pay for it?
It's still in process. Yeah.
But in a range. What do you have to pay for it?
Probably somewhere about 6 to 9.
6 to 9 million? Okay. And how predictable is the cash flow? How vulnerable is it? I'll ask differently.
That's a key thing I'm looking into right now is the contracts and relationships and to get a feel for that. I mean, my MSP, I do 3 and 4 year contracts, so it's very solid, but I know a lot of other MSPs don't, and it's month to month, so.
But contract's fine as long as you can collect.
Right.
Right, if it goes away, you can't collect. I don't want you to make an acquisition based on somebody else's historical cash flow. That to me is you're banking on some nuance that they have in their business that you may not know. And in your business, contracts are really nothing more than relationships on paper. And if those people leave, those relationships are now they're just paper without the relationship. And they're risky. And big companies or small companies, even with a contract, they have options. They could just not honor it and you still have to pay your debt back. And I guess you can sue them and do all those things. We don't want to be in that world. Less risk is maybe better. And I think we're all feeling really good about ourselves in this environment. But I want to take everybody back to 2008 and 2009. Take everybody back to when, inflation was skyrocketing and rates and you could buy property and just take yourself back for a minute and say, what if 2023 looked spooky? What would be the first thing you'd cut? Would you start cutting staff? Would you start cutting, what would you cut? Because I think we should I think we're in a mode right now where things are feeling a little artificial. For me, they feel artificial. Try to buy a piece of real estate in Miami. It feels artificial to me. At some point, it's going to come back down. And that trickle effect, I would rather you build cash and build your business and be potentially acquired by somebody else that thinks they can do it better than you can. Instead of buying for 2 times, I'd rather you sell for 4. If anybody in the room is thinking about selling, and I know that's not maybe the right thing to talk about today, this is the moment right now while there's cash everywhere, the debt market's open, and people are just paying for shit that they shouldn't be. Dumb prices. Then you can buy it back for a quarter of the price later. For those of you that are running a business today and trying to grow it, I think the biggest mistake that I see is that when the company experiences financial success, some people are quick to pull cash out. Some people are quick to lever their business up and pull cash out. Some people are quick to sell a piece and pull cash out. And I think ultimately, if you decide to open up a business, you know that ultimately it's going to pay you a dividend of some kind. If you go in with the mentality that you just want to take and take and take from it, the business is only going to give you back what you give it. So that's number one. That's what you should not do. I think the second thing is to convince yourself, you should not convince yourself that you're the reason that the business is successful. And that's hard as business leaders, even though we say all the things that we're supposed to publicly, in the back of our mind when we're in the shower or on the bike or laying in bed, we're like, yeah, man, I'm a badass. Like, look at what I did. And I think it's hard not to do that. It's hard not to do that. But those would be the two things. Don't pull money out unnecessarily. If you want to buy a home or you want to pay for your kids' education or you want to buy a new boat, I get it. But there is a message that it sends to the people that work there. Even though it's not their business, whether it's the accounting department or the other people, don't think that people don't know what you do. They know how much wage you take out. They know what expenses you run through the business. And whatever tone you set, they see it. So if you can afford to take fancy trips and you can afford to buy expensive homes, you don't want to do it in front of everybody else. And you want to do it in a way that makes it always seem, in reality, that you're investing in the business. The flip side of that's kind of the same. The flip side of that is, because you recognize that you're not the only person, how do you build a system of people that can do the work for you? And I don't mean like servants or employees, like true stewards of the business. I look at myself as a shepherd. And it's not a religious term, but I look at myself as there's a bunch of sheep or cats, because try herding cats. There's a bunch of cats and sheep running around, and your job is to make sure they're moving in the right direction. They don't bite each other. Nobody dies. Nobody gets injured. And you're always moving forward. Unfortunately, that's what I spend the bulk of my time doing, recruiting and shepherding. And early on in my career, I used to think, okay, I have to do it myself. She doesn't know how to do it the way I want. He doesn't know how to do it the way I want. I'm going to do it all myself. I'm going to hire average people because I want to save money. And the company sort of just like bounces along. And then you get this idea that not that you want to work less, but that you don't have all the answers. No matter how smart anybody in this room is, I promise you there's somebody that works for you today that is smarter than you. And your goal should be to hire firepower. Because in the end, your legacy, the gentleman that was just here that built an amazing business, our legacies, everybody's in this room, is not going to be based on what happens while you're there. Because everybody's going to wonder, right? Like, look at Apple as an example. Everybody said when Steve Jobs died, the business was going to not make it. Truly, his legacy is that he put enough great people and systems in place that it actually did better. I would want to be that person where my company did better when I was gone, because then that means that I laid the foundation the right way. Some people take a more arrogant approach. Think about it in the sports analogy where, okay, if I'm not the coach here, we're going to lose every game. If I'm not the manager, the business is going to close. It can't function without me. And it may be true, but it's not a good thing. It may be true, but it's not a good thing. And I think our insecurities sometimes set in, and we build the infrastructure that way on purpose. Either we have our own insecurities or we struggled as a youth and we want to make it feel like everybody likes to be wanted. For those of you that are in a relationship, you want your spouse or better half to want to be in a relationship with you. And so we sometimes set people up to make them need us. And I think that's in business where we get in trouble. Because at some point, they're going to learn that they don't need you. That's the fear that I always had.
All right. Well, I hope you guys liked that. That was a pretty amazing clip there from Marcus Lemonis. He is, like I said, an amazing entrepreneur, but he's so good with people. He's so good understanding people and influence and persuasion, and not coming from a basis of manipulation, but really to help and develop people. And he really is a tremendous human being. I'm blessed to know him. All right. So next up, we've got the amazing, the incredible, the very pink Dave Rendell. Dave, are you there?
I am here.
Are you? You're kind of black today, though. You're not all pink.
It's not all pink. Yeah, I mean, come on, it's pink on the shirt, pink wristbands, it's brand new pink glasses.
Well, this after Labor Day. So.
Yeah. Yeah, it's after Labor Day. Yeah, it's true. I mean, all I could think about is like Victoria's Secret, like Victoria's Secret, when you walk by the pink, it's always like black and pink. So,
they've asked me numerous times to be a model for them. And I have my values, and I can't give into that kind of a thing. So I'm just staying strong, and I keep fighting back, pushing them away,
If I see your picture, well, I want to see a full body Dave Rendell, like cut out at the Victoria's Secret with, I could just see, I think you'd be sort of standing like with your hip cocked a little bit, your arm on it, and you like just pink undies on. Like I really, and pink, I think you'd be wearing pink Chuck Taylors.
I have those.
Same shirt you got on, right? No,
I have those. Yeah. I actually hate their pink line because they use the word pink on stuff that isn't pink. And so I find that problematic. You can't be wearing a green shirt that says pink. You can't have a brown shirt that says pink. If it's not pink, it's not pink. So I also have a beef with them on that. We're fighting that out in the courts.
I hear you. Take it to social media. That's where you'll get your traction. So, all right. So everybody's like, what the heck, right? So he's a really interesting cat because Dave is a tremendous speaker, author, and he's actually the guy. A lot of people watching this don't know this, but every year we have our Better Your Best finalists, and they stand on our stage and they tell their story, and the audience votes, and we pick a winner for for the Better Your Best, the spokesperson position for my organization. And what we started doing is having Dave actually coach them. And two things. One is he is tremendous at coaching people on how to communicate thoughts, ideas from a stage presentation. And when I say from stage, that could be a video, that could be a webinar, that could be an actual physical from stage. In the past, he was a leadership professor and a stand-up comedian, and he somehow made this all work with this concept of the freak factor. And we earlier this year we had Dave come in and coach a number of our members on public speaking, and we got so many people coming back to me, writing me notes saying that was the most tremendous experience and learning experience that I've had in a long, long time. So Dave is, how would you describe what you do, Dave? Because you have so many, I think, facets to who you are. I mean, I guess technically you're a professional speaker. I mean, how would you classify yourself?
Well, I think if you put it all together, I mean, my general goal is just to help people succeed, right? So I'm trying to help them either be better in their personal life or their professional life, better at speaking, or better in their own business or in their own career. So I think that's kind of the, whether it's coaching or doing the presentations itself, or doing some consulting or writing books, or I just designed an assessment. My goal is to help people get better, help other people get better, and primarily, to see they already are better than they think they are. Like you said earlier, I have this idea that weaknesses might also be strengths, the freak factor, that the things that we think are wrong with us or wrong with other people might actually be ours or their best qualities. And so part of my goal is to help people see that they're better than they already are. Even with public speaking, I try to teach people, you're already talking almost all day, every day. You just think of public speaking as a completely different activity instead of thinking of it as just one more part of how you already communicate. And if you saw yourself as having 30, 40, 50 years of communication experience, and you tried to speak more normally, comfortably, naturally while you were on stage, you'd be more effective by realizing you're already better than you think you are, instead of thinking, well, I don't do that for a living. So I think that's maybe my one main message, that you're better than you think you are. And if you want to keep getting better, build on that, what you already have, instead of trying to be someone completely different.
Yeah. Well, real quick, I love this concept of the freak factor, because I think more of us are freaks more than we're normal. I don't even know what normal is, but just so the audience can, people watching this, explain what the freak factor is, how you came about it.
Yeah. I mean, it's really simple, and I didn't sort of like make it up or do some kind of marketing study. It just happened to me. I was always in trouble my whole life, especially in school, because I couldn't sit still, be quiet, and do what I was told. And then as an adult, I stumbled into public speaking, where I get paid to stand up, not to sit down. I get paid to talk, not to be quiet. I get paid to run my own business, not to do what other people tell me to do. And so I discovered, which I didn't know, when everybody told me I was going to be a failure growing up, I figured they must know. They're the adults, they're the teachers, they're the employers, they're my parents. They must know. And so when I started having this success, I was like, wait a second, it seems like those weaknesses that I had, the worst things about me, my biggest weaknesses actually were my biggest strengths. I didn't turn them into strengths. They just were, and I didn't realize that. And once I tapped into that and started finding situations that rewarded me for who I was, instead of trying to turn me into someone else, I started having success. And so that's what I teach people, that your biggest weaknesses are also strengths, and that the things that you're trying to fix about yourself and other people are oftentimes your best qualities. So for example, it's New Year's resolution time. So someone's like, oh, everybody tells me I'm too stubborn. My boss tells me I'm too stubborn. My spouse tells me I'm too stubborn. My kids tell me I'm too stubborn. I'm too stubborn. But also, if you ask that person about their biggest strengths, they'd probably start talking to you about some things that sound a lot like persistence, and they're not realizing that strength of persistence is that weakness of stubbornness. And both words mean to stick with things longer than most people think is reasonable. And the only thing that makes someone persistent instead of stubborn is success. Once we're successful, people go, oh, good job, you were persistent. When we're still not there yet, people are like, you're stubborn, you need to give it up and move on to something else. And so you can't in 2022 get more persistent and be less stubborn at the same time, because it's the same quality, it's the same characteristic, and you're going to succeed because you stick with things longer than most people think is reasonable. So build on your persistence instead of trying to fix your stubbornness. So that's the freak factor, is just recognizing that every characteristic has a dual nature. It has two sides of the same coin. And once we recognize that, it changes the way we try to get better.
Yeah, I love that, because I think fix ourselves and what you're saying is, just instead of trying to fix ourselves, it's like, how do we extract the good from it, maybe while kind of controlling the downside a little bit, mitigating it or however. But if we can find a place where we can use that effectively, it's extremely, extremely powerful. So like as we're moving, and I think we're moving into 2022, and I'm thinking, everybody's thinking about resolutions, like, how do I get better? So how would you give somebody the process to start realizing, how can I embrace my quote unquote freak factor and use it? I mean, like, do you have a process for that? Can you explain that to them?
Yeah, great. Well, you hit on it earlier too. You just said you mitigate the downside by finding a place that rewards you for that quality, right? So that really is the way. People say, no, I overuse that characteristic. No, I have too much of that. No, I need to tone it down, moderate it, reduce it. No, you don't. What you need to do is find the situation that rewards you for that characteristic, instead of continually putting yourself in situations that punish you for that characteristic. So the first part is to do that assessment, know your strengths and weaknesses, and start looking at what's the upside. And the second part is really, there's more to it than that, but the second key part is really what you said. In 2022, how can I find situations that put a spotlight on the best things about me and take the spotlight off the worst things about me? Nobody ever, after one of my speeches, goes, oh man, Dave couldn't sit still and be quiet and do what he was told. Because that's not the job, right? That's not the responsibility. Of course I stood up. Of course I talked. Of course I was on my own and making up my own things that I was going to say and not taking instruction from somewhere else. So in the right situation, your weaknesses become strengths, not by you changing yourself or becoming someone else or self-discipline or fighting. So I think that's the goal for 2022. How do I identify the situations that already put a spotlight on my strengths? And how do I identify other situations that I'm not in yet that would put a spotlight on my strengths? And how do I move myself into those situations more often? And how do I move myself out of situations that put the spotlight on my weaknesses? And one of the best ways to see that is, what gives you energy, right? What gives you energy? And when does time seem to disappear? That's how you know you're in your sweet spot. And what drains your energy? And time just seems to drag on and on and on, and start keeping a checklist of those things and try to move away from the one and into the other, knowing that, again, the goal isn't to be perfect. It's to find situations that match who you are. And that's when we find success, not when we change who we are, but when we fit who we are to where we are.
Right. It's something I just wrote down is, I think there's things in people's background or things that they do or characteristics about themselves that they're embarrassed about, that they don't like. For years, it's funny, like for years, I was embarrassed my name was Robin Robbins, right? Until I got into a sales job. And then it was all of a sudden, it was an asset because everybody would remember my name. It made me unique, right?
Yeah.
There was a time in my life where I was embarrassed that I didn't finish high school and I had a GED. And now that, like you said, it's the difference is success. Once you're successful, you flip everybody the bird and go, screw you, right? But
that's actually part of the story, right? Like, it's more impressive. Look at what I've done and I didn't finish high school. That's a better story than look at what I did after I went to a great school and got a master's degree from Harvard and had rich parents. It's a better story, but like you said, afterwards, right? It's not at the time.
Right. And but even in business. So one of the things I'll hear, for example, from a lot of small MSPs, they'll say, well, I'm small. I can't compete with the big guys. I don't have all the staff. I don't have all the resources. And I'm like, but use that to your advantage. The fact that you're small, you could go into a customer and you're like, you're going to be my biggest customer. I'm going to wake up in the morning and for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, I'm going to think about you. I'm going to support you. You are the sun rises and sets on you as my biggest customer. Not this other company you're talking about. You're a blip. You're a small customer to them. They're not going to work anywhere near as hard as I'm going to work. So I think, I want to kind of translate this more than just personal. I mean, in business, in your life, I think this really can make a difference.
You're 100% right. I mean, that's the new book we wrote is called Pink Goldfish, and it's about the marketing and strategy aspects of that. And you really hit on it. I was working with some digital agency folks, and they went around the room and they said, talk about how you describe your size to prospective customers. And what I watched every person do is try to talk like they were bigger than they were. And when I got up there, I was like, you need to stop that. You need to tell them, this is my cell phone number. You're never going to get a junior associate. You're always going to get the person with 30 years of experience. You're never going to get a call center. You're going to be 40% of our business. We're going to be focused on you. We can be flexible. We can be responsible. We're small, and that allows us, there's strengths to being small. And just like you were doing, that big is good. But there's downsides to that. They're going to be slower. They're going to be less flexible. They're going to be less customized. They're going to be less personalized. They can't do for you what we can do. We're not going to apologize. And that's something that I really want to focus on that you just said a minute ago. Oftentimes we're ashamed of these things. The subtitle of the Freak Factor is Discovering Uniqueness by Flaunting Weakness. And flaunting means to parade without shame, to be unapologetic. And that's what you're really talking about. Robin Robbins is my name, and I'm proud of that. I have red hair and I'm proud of that. I didn't finish high school and I'm proud of that. I'm a small business and I'm proud of that. I'm working at home. I'm in my basement. You're going to have my number. You're going to get my email every single time. I'm going to be providing the service directly. There's no one else. That's not something to be ashamed of. That can be a huge asset with the right customer, and that's alignment again. But it all does start. If you got your head down and you're ashamed and you don't believe in your business, or you believe that you're not good enough because you're not like the other ones, that's a missed opportunity. And so that's exactly right. They need to do what you talked about doing. How do I frame those weaknesses as strengths, see them as differentiation, and take advantage of them instead of letting them beat me?
Exactly right, man. I love it. I love it 100%. And you have a book for kids too, don't you?
Yeah, the freak factor for kids. Because so many people, I mean, I'm talking to business owners, I'm talking to entrepreneurs, but they're like, hey, I got a kid with ADHD. I got a kid with dyslexia. I got a kid with autism. I got a kid that's being bullied. And
they
so
got
exactly
red hair. They got freckles.
No, that's right. They're
skinny.
being bullied because they're too short, they're too tall, they're too skinny, they're too fat, whatever it happens to be. And so again, if you're not ashamed of it, no one can use it against you. So the main message of that is that the weirdest kids make the best adults, right? And that's a message that's really empowering to younger people. But it's also, where do they get some of that pressure to conform? It's sometimes coming from the adults. Sometimes the parents need to be the one that give their kid permission to be weird. It's the parents who are ashamed and worried what other people think about their own kid.
Yeah, I think that's a really key message right there. If people, we're up against time, but if people wanted to learn more about that book and you, where do they go?
Yeah, it's just drendall.com. So DRENDALL.com. So DRENDALL.com. The book is a free video right on there. The kids' book is. There's videos of my presentations. There's links to all the books and all the resources, the assessments and things like that at drendall.com.
Yeah, I mean, I think all your stuff is phenomenal, and we're going to continue to work with you, of course, coaching our clients on speaking. But definitely get the copy of the book, if not for yourself, for your kids. Because I think we live in this world where everyone wants to conform, and I think it's a really important message. So, Dave, cheers. What are you drinking, by the way? You have
hitting it hard with the water. Got some water in my pink T-Rex cup here, so hitting it hard.
Well, cheers. All right.
I'm like Jack, we're hardcore athletes. We got to stay hydrated, but he's got the wine. He knows how to he gives so much blood. He's got to keep those red blood cells up with that red wine. He's got to keep the body. His blood is 40% red wine. And that's one of the reasons it's so valuable at the Red Cross. It helps get people the antioxidants that they need. And it really just heals their bodies from the inside out. It's a thing. It's a secret a lot of people don't know about, Jack.
I know they see the audience. I don't know if they can see Jack's in the waiting room.
They don't know. He's coming next, though. He's coming soon.
He did not look happy.
Oh, he's got it. No, he tracks his wine days. I'm not making this up. He tracks how many days he has a solid bottle of wine. Jack's for real. He knows how to balance his life. He works hard and he plays hard. Yeah.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does. Well, very cool. Well, cheers to you and your water. We still like you anyway.
Well, it's like Jim Gaffigan says, when you don't drink, people are like, hey, why don't you drink? But if you don't eat mayonnaise, nobody goes, is that because you've got a problem with mayonnaise? Like people have a harder time, when you don't drink. But no, it's not a big deal. It's just not one of my favorite. I got other problems. I eat lots of sweets. That's my drinking. So.
Gotcha. All right. Well, we'll get you screwed up sometime. Maybe we'll come in and we'll just get you like totally fucked up. You know what I mean?
That'll be goal for a boot camp in April. We'll just go out and just get blasted, and you can get me an Uber on the way home.
I will get you like martinis that are like pink martinis, and we'll get you so sauced, and that will be funny. All right. I mean, like that. I'm selling tickets to that.
You guys took care of me last time I was there. We went out with Mike. We had pink sushi, 2 different kinds of pink sushi. So I'm pink on the inside and the outside.
Very cool. All right, Dave. Cheers. Happy New Year.
Bye, everyone. Enjoy some Jack Daly.
All right. Well, man, like what else do we do? Mike, like, what do you think of that? I don't know. Like,
I don't know how you follow that.
I don't know. Jack's going to have to, but the guy who's following this is amazing. It's Mr. Jack Daly. Jack actually, in my opinion, is the single best sales trainer out there, bar none, because Jack is one of the rare sales trainers, coaches, mentors, however you want to, gurus, maybe the only that actually has done what he's teaching people to do. And it amazes me because there's a lot of people that are out there showing you how to hire salespeople, how to interview them, how to, manage them. And they don't have any salespeople. And so, Jack started out, I have his bio here. He started out in a CPA firm, Arthur Andersen. And then he built 6 companies into national firms, 2 of which he sold to the Wall Street firms of Salomon Brothers and First Boston. And, so Jack, how many salespeople? Didn't you say you had like 1,000 salespeople at some point?
At one point, 2,600. Yeah. Right.
Now, Jack,
and Rendell was talking about giving blood. And I'm going to tell you that if you have 2,600 salespeople, that's like giving blood and them taking every body fluid out of your body by the hour. And so that's probably more responsible for me exiting running sales forces than anything else.
wow. I mean, like,
look, you were a salesperson, Robin. Just imagine you were a salesperson at one point.
I am now.
I want you to just imagine 2,600 of you. What am I supposed to do? Take me out back and shoot me.
Yeah. Especially if you had 2,600 of me, it wouldn't be that bad. All right. You know, that's what I keep. Look, let me believe my lie. All right. Just give me that. All right. So, Jack has a book. It's called Hyper Sales Growth, and it is a staple in my organization. In fact, Jack, you probably don't know that. I know you don't know this, but when I interview salespeople, I just hired a new sales manager, by the way, and he's phenomenal. Like,
congratulations.
Yeah, no, I mean, like the sales management role, which is really what your book is about, and your talk is about hiring, or you coach sales leaders. I mean, you do have sales training, but it's really that pivotal, critical role of having somebody who is going to build the sales team in quality and quantity. I use your book. I mean, the new sales manager, I'm like, read this book. And if you want to know how I want the organization run, this is it, right? I'm telling you, I just love your material. You're the real deal. You're a passionate guy. I mean, I really respect you. And it's not the wine. How big is your wine? What are you drinking there? Let me see what you got.
This is a proper wine glass. So this can hold an entire bottle. And you need to upgrade your whole game. I see one of my favorites behind you. I see the Prisoner. I think I see a Silver Oak, which if you came to my house, I have all kinds of Silver Oak memorabilia. But today I have my favorite from down under, which is the Grange. And the Grange is like nothing else. And so New Year's Eve, I got to go to the Grange.
Nice. I'm drinking the Silver Oak, but I'm right now. I've seen that one. I don't know if I've had that one, but
yeah, it's Penfolds Grange. It is the finest wine in all of Australia, which would put it up there with anything in the world.
Nice. I'm writing it down. I love good new wine, and trying new things out and so forth.
You're going to have to do a lot of business on a regular basis if you're going to become addicted to the Grange. Just be aware.
I'm up for it. For it.
I know you are. I follow you enough to know that. By the way, let me tell on something that you just hit on. There are so many MSPs, and I have a lot of them as clients, that have an aspiration to grow their revenue line. They want to grow their revenue line. Well, that's growing the sales. And they think that the answer is hire a kick-ass salesperson. But you really nailed it when you said, actually, it's getting that person who's going to hire kick-ass salespeople. You see, I'm a kick-ass salesperson. I've been selling since I was 7 years old. I own the market and charge twice the price of every kid I competed with. But the problem is, no matter how damn good you are at sales, there's only so many hours in the day. You can only make so many calls. You can only take so many calls. You can only write so many deals. But what if I were to hire 5 people and make them kick-ass based on what I know how to sell? Well, those 5 people will eventually outperform me. But what if instead of it was 5, it was 10? Now we're really taking an MSP out of their normal comfort zone when I start talking about these numbers. But if you want to grow your business, grow your sales force in quantity and quality, just like you just said. That's really the key. So you know what? I don't want to have one kick-ass salesperson. And now, you know what they have me? Over the barrel. Because if they were to leave me, my business goes to shit. Look, I don't want to be subjected. My business is too important to be subjected to 1 or 2 hotshots of putting me upside down. So the key in terms of growing is grow your sales force in quantity and quality. And, an awful lot of pushback happens in your customer's world, in your MSP world. That pushback is all about, well, I can't afford them. But I embrace the mentality that 100% commission only sales team is the way to go. and don't cap them. Let them paint a picture that they can make an unbelievable amount of money. I have had salespeople working in my company that were making a ton more than me, and were making 7-figure incomes as a 100% commission only salesperson. But I own the equity in the company, and that's where I got my value, right? When I exit the business. So, you know, I'm always looking for, and you can, and I've had people that are clients of yours, Robin, that have pushed me back and said, there's no way in this industry you can do that. I've had them say, there's no way in this country that you can do this. And I've done it in that country, and I've done it in that industry. So, yeah. But if you believe that you can't hire somebody like that, then you'll be right. But if you believe you can, and I believe I can, then I'm going to be right. And now I've got people that get up in the morning early, they jump on it, they go after the business. You don't have to worry about their work ethic. They are incented because the grocery store doesn't recognize I'm working hard. It's results.
Yeah, no, I agree. You know, I think it's a comfort zone thing because they'll hire an engineer, a technician all day long. They got money for it. They got ambition for it. But then the minute you start saying, hey, you need to hire a sales rep, they're like, oh, I can't afford it. I'm like, you can't not afford it, you know? Right. And I could show, like, out of all the positions you're going to hire, admin, engineers, operations, you know, even marketing, like the one hire you make that gives you the return is salespeople. They're not an expense. It's the one hire that goes out and multiplies and brings back opportunity. Like they bring customers back, right? And I know, Jack, I fight them all the time. I don't know if you've got the secret to trying to get people to say, hey, this is the year you need to build your sales team. Because marketing is good. And I say this all the time, marketing will get you the opportunity to sell, but you still need, for professional IT services, you still need somebody who's doing networking. They're making the calls to the right people. They're being strategic. They're looking at accounts and being like, marketing is kind of like the blanket. Like we sort of create the brand and we create the awareness and we generate the leads, but you need that dedicated sales outreach to still make the connections, book the appointments, get the contracts closed.
Look, let me take you behind the curtain and everybody that's on the broadcast here. I'm terrible at technology. I was in the green room waiting to come in, and your guys are trying to school me on how to use Zoom and how to use the chat box and where the window is and go to speed test and do all this stuff. And I'm in a world of fright because I don't have any clue about how to operate technology. I just stumble and fumble even with the phone, right? So when you put me in front of a computer screen, it's panic-filled, right? Now, that all being said, I can guarantee any MSP, and by the way, I ain't interested in selling for you, but I can tell you with my mindset, I could sell to your customers and your prospects all freaking day long without being able to talk technology. When I need somebody to talk technology, I'll grab you by the collar and drag you out on the call. I'll drag you over the phone. I'll drag you onto a joint Zoom. But what I'm passionate about is I'm passionate about getting the guy that somebody says you'll never get to him. You can't get through the gatekeeper. That guy will never meet with you. That guy will never do. I love people telling me that I can't do shit. I've done that. That's what gets me up in the morning. Hell, you know what? 15 years ago, whatever it was, I was 58 years old 15 years ago, and I said to my friends, I'm gonna do an Ironman at 58 years old, and they went, Jack, what the hell are you talking about? You're old. Like, you're 58 years old. The Ironman is 140.6 miles, swim, bike, run. I said, oh shit, it's worse than that. I don't know how to swim. And then the next 8 years, I did 15 full Ironmans, including the World Championship in Kona. Don't tell me what I can't do. Now, when you've got a guy that's wired like me that wants to do that, You don't have to worry about me, whether I know how to talk technology. What I'm going to tell your prospects is my technology guy isn't here because they're working with their customers, taking them to the next level, which is exactly what we want to do with yours. And if I need to bring a technology guy out here and put him on the phone or put him on a Zoom or bring him to the office, I'll do that for you. But what I get up in the morning for is to put that deal down, right?
Yeah.
Now you try to take a technology guy and then say, go out and pretend you know how to sell. Like they want to go in and they talk the tech speak. And by the way, I was the guy that was building businesses. I was the guy that was running businesses. And if you come into me and you want to be my MSP and you start talking tech speak, I'm whistling Dixie. Get this guy out of here. I don't know what the hell he's talking about.
No, I'm glad you say that because I hear people come to me, they'll be like a new sales rep for an MSP. And they kind of whisper it to me like they don't want people to know. They're like, I'm not really good at the tech. And I'm like, that's the best thing ever. Because, you'll go in and actually connect with them and listen to them about what they want and they need and their concerns. And you're not going to run them over with all this geek speak and make them, when a prospect is a confused prospect never buys. And a confused prospect that's also intimidated and feels stupid because they don't understand what the hell you just said, they really aren't going to buy. They're going to go, let me think it over, which is code for let me go Google this shit so I know what the hell you just said to me.
You know what? And by the way, when I convince them that they're going to sign up with us to be their supplier and support, when they have an issue, they're not going to call the tech guy. The CEO or the business owner, they're going to call Jack, the guy that speaks their language. And then I'm going to go down to the tech and say, hey, here's as best I can determine, but go in there and fix this shit, right? That's it.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly right. No, Jack, we got to have you back out. I mean, do you have any fresh new stuff or are you still hawking the same old shit you've always done?
That's pretty much the same old stuff. Absolutely. Why not? Hey, same old stuff. Hey, I got to tell you this. I don't know whether you're aware of this. So, we went virtual about 18 months ago with the whole pandemic, right? So remember, here's the non-techie. So I hired a bunch of tech guys. We built an in my house studio. It's become unbelievable in terms of what it can do. I'm not broadcasting from the studio today. I've made it warmer inside my office. But look at this. I set a freaking Guinness World Record.
What?
And by the way, I remind my wife that I am now officially amazing. And here it is, the largest attendance for a virtual business conference of 21,261 people. Boom. Now,
wow.
That's from the guy that's selling the same old shit, doing the same old stuff that works. Selling is the transfer of trust. People do business with people they trust. People do business with people they like. They tend to like people that are more like them. I don't care how much technology changes the world. Those things don't change.
Are you still running your sales management groups?
You know what? Because of the pandemic, we went for about a year and a half, and we just decided last month to put that on pause.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, because I'm my new sales manager. I was gonna have him connect with you. But
you know what? We do every other month. We do a 4-hour virtual conference for sales managers. Cool. And so just go to jackdaly.sales.com and they're all listed there for next year.
Okay. Yes, that's going to be my next question. So if somebody wants to, get a little injection of Jack, where did they go again? Give that URL.
Yeah. So jackdalysales.com. And every month we're doing a virtual 4-hour sales workshop for salespeople. And so every other month we do it for the sales managers or the CEOs and business owners, that type of thing. So that's easily done. I used to do those live, as you know, and I'd pick certain cities around the world and go. The audiences, the participants are now telling me, don't go back to live. This is better than live. I don't have to leave my home, don't have to leave my office. Last month, Robin, I had 70 people. They were from 15 states and 6 countries. I had 3 people from Australia. It was 8:30 in the morning till 12:30 in the afternoon, California time. And I had 3 people from Australia. I said to the guys, they were from their home. I said, what time is it there? He said 2:30 in the morning. They were at my session from 2:30 to 8:30. We would never have gotten them in the seats in the live sessions. So I'm going to do live work for clients and conferences and all that. But my open to the public, buy a seat, virtual, baby. Thank you,
Yeah,
pandemic.
I love virtual. I mean, we got a virtual event platform like now that we sell Big Red Virtual, so I have a horse in the race now, but I still like the in person. I want to be in the audience where Jack Daly, you're so passionate, where the spit is like christening the people in the audience. That's what I want, right? That's like you get the experience.
The old Gallagher with the Gallagher tart for the first 3 rows. We used to give those out to audiences. Spitting, cursing, sweating, everything you shouldn't do during a pandemic.
Who cares? It builds the immune system, right? Whatever. Salespeople are tough. Good ones. All right. Well, Jack, you are amazing. I love you, man. I think you're just, your problem is you're just not passionate enough. Your energy is low.
Don't leave me without telling you about one thing.
Okay.
It's the thing I'm most excited about. I have a new book coming out in about 2 months. This is what it looks like. Jack Daly's Life by Design. And it's the pathway to leading an exceptional life. If people go to jackdalysales.com and just look at my website and see all the things that I've done in my life, in this book, we not only tell you about those things, but we tell you how to build the system so that you can have not only a successful business, but this book is all about how to have a successful life.
Okay, when's that come out?
On March 11th is the official launch date.
Yeah, we need it. Well, maybe we have you at boot camp or something, and you can give the book out or do something like that. We'll have to figure something out.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But you know what? The energy in your boot camp is like nothing else anywhere else. So I would love to be back if that was available. Yep.
All right. Awesome. All right. Well, Jack, cheers to you. Happy New Year, man. You're amazing. Love you.
Thanks for having me. This is an unbelievably cool event. Cheers.
Cheers. Cheers. Let me drink to that. And guys, if you're loving what you're seeing, of course, you got the link below wherever you're watching this for St. Jude. Remember, we're doing this for St. Jude. There's people who are not having a good year because their kids are sick. They're going through chemo, some bad times. So make sure you do that. But Mike, what do you think of Jack? Do you think he needs his energy seemed a little low? I don't know. I'm worried.
Dave Rendell was wrong about 40% red wine. I think it's 40% cocaine in his blood. So yeah, that guy goes. You gotta love him though.
He's always like that. That he's always like that. Anyway, it's great. I love him. I love him to death. Right. All right. So moving on right along here. Next up, I've got Mr. Steve Sims, who is the founder, CEO of the Bluefish. And he was quoted in Entrepreneur Magazine and Forbes as the real life Wizard of Oz, which I think I could not think of a more fitting description for Steve. He's a best-selling author of Bluefishing. It's the art of making things happen. He's the founder and CEO of the luxury concierge service, the Bluefish. And many of you who are watching, if you are a client of mine, you might be familiar because we actually give that away as a gift on or a prize for various things, contests, competitions that we have. Steve and I actually met through a mutual friend, again, Joe Polish, Whitney, same thing. And Steve actually was the one who, this was a while ago, he got me on the TV show Ghost Hunters. And I say, I wasn't on the show, but I was able to be there and go on a hunt and watch him film it and everything else. And it was an incredible experience. He makes the impossible happen. So Steve, how are you?
I'm very happy. Thank you. It's good to be here with you. It's been too long.
I know it. Where are you right now?
I'm in Los Angeles.
Okay. I was thinking, I know you travel all over the place. So I was like, kind of, where are you spending New Year's? Do you have something cool going on for New Year's?
Do you know, funny enough, I find New Year is the time that I just like to be with the family. And then middle of January, I'm off again. I'm over in Florence and then I'm in Switzerland and I'm back on traveling again. So for New Year, I'm going to stay at home with the family and the kiddies.
Okay, cool. It seems like, I was thinking like you'd be doing hookers and blow on Parrot, on the Eiffel Tower or something. I don't know.
That was Christmas. Don't get us confused. That's Christmas.
So you got to bring it down a little bit, for New Year's. Yeah. Okay, cool. So I kind of read an intro. Am I maybe I'm getting this wrong. Didn't you run the concierge service for the American Express Black Card?
I did. Back in like 97, I think it was 97, 98, we'd done so well with our concierge firm that we ended up working for a company called Lifestyle Services, which was the concierge element for the Black Card. And they used to run all of the stuff through us. And then I said to him one day, I said, look, I'm not getting any publicity out of this. I'm not getting any gain. I'm either going to like really push myself out there, or you can tell everyone that it's us. And they went, no, we don't promote partners. So I went, all right. So we've had a lot of people go, oh, Black Card used to be brilliant back in the 90s. And I'm like, no shit, Sherlock, it was us. But we left. So yeah, we gave up on them late 90s. I think like 98, 99, we went out. And that's when we really started the Bluefish.
Oh, right. Just out of curiosity, how did you get that contract with American? I mean, that's a pretty friggin' awesome contract. Like, do you have a story behind that?
Well, not really. They contacted us one day. I think I know it was a piano at a party. They needed a piano within like about 3 hours in Monaco. And the daft thing is, we knew one of our clients owned a major production company, and he had a piano. So it was a very, very easy thing. It impressed the shit out of American Express, but we were able to get this piano on a yacht within 3 hours. And then after that, they were like, can you do this? And it just took off. And then we ended up becoming the official concierge for Kentucky Derby, IMG, the New York Fashion Week, the Grammys. And last year, bar one, as you know, ended up we ended an 8-year contract with Elton John at his Oscar party. So we got around a bit.
Yeah, no. So were you running his Oscar parties then? Was that all you?
No, the people that were putting it together was Andy Booth, which he's the guy that does all the production. What we were doing, we're getting the right clients into the event, helping with the marketing and branding and sponsorships of them.
Okay, gotcha. Right. So how would you describe, I mean, the Bluefish, it's a luxury concierge, but I think what you really are brilliant at is putting together these unbelievable experiences for people. But how would you describe it so people watching, because they may have never even heard of you?
Yeah. The funny thing is, I was never the one that came up with concierge. And in fact, I will try to get that out of the conversation really, really quick, because you know, when you need something done, you know someone. We were that someone. So a lot of concierges are there to get you a table at, French Laundry, or kind of like, get you a good deal at the local Marriott hotel and stuff like that. We're responsible for closing down a museum in Florence, setting up a dinner table for 6 people at the feet of Michelangelo's David, and then for your dinner time entertainment, bringing in Andrea Bocelli to serenade you. See, we're the people that basically you give a slight idea, and then we add acid to it. We sensitize the shit out of it to see how we can make it really something that's memorable and going to wake you up at 2 o'clock in the morning going, holy shit, I can't believe I did that. And so I don't know how you term that. And then 4 years ago, as you know, I got approached by Simon & Schuster to write a book on the thing. And they first of all offered me the contract on naming all of the people that I dealt with. Now, if that was to happen, I'd be dead before cocktail hour. So I knew I wasn't going to be able to name names. So I started writing a book on how I managed to do these things and how a bricklayer from London ended up working with the Pope and Elon Musk. And the book just took off. So now, quite simply, I teach and I coach that around the planet on how to make their version of impossible possible.
Yeah. Well, you have to admit, if you would do a named book of what you did for who you did, I mean, that you got to admit that I give him props for at least coming up with the idea and recognizing this book would freaking sell, right? I mean,
it would sell, and it'd sell for a lot of money if I told the truth in the damn thing. But then I'd be in witness protection.
You could be like OJ, like, if I did this, you know what I mean? Like his book, like, wink, wink, nod, nod,
Yeah.
like, if I did this is what it would be.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. I've had some colorful characters in my life, that's for sure.
Right. All right. So on that, so tell people, what's one or two, you don't have to name names, but what's one of the couple of the craziest experiences that you've ever set up?
Well, I got this hot mad woman involved in Ghost Hunters. But
nothing. I should have asked for more. I didn't know I was talking to the real Santa Claus. You know what I mean? Like I did not realize. So, but it was cool.
I had a couple that wanted to get married in the Vatican by the Pope. I've sent people down to the Titanic with our friend Peter Diamandis. As I say, I mentioned to you about the Bocelli thing. All the client wanted was a really cool dining experience in Florence, and I thought that sounded dull. So I literally closed down the Accademia di Galleria and at 9 o'clock at night set up a table of 6 at the feet of David. And then I thought, well, what's a dinner party without some good music? So I got Andrea Bocelli to come in and serenade him. I've done, backstage with everyone from Guns N' Roses, Pink, Elton John, played drums with Guns N' Roses, walk on roll on Mission Impossible, just anything that you can possibly kind of think of. I probably had some kind of hand in, and my job was to take your dream and really just see how far I can go with it, and that's been the fun.
Yeah. I mean, is there things that you've done that you can't talk about, like that you kind of sort of, because I think it would be fun to get you drunk as shit and then really like privately find out what's really going on around. But
there's been places that you're not supposed to be that we've been, and there's been people that are not supposed to have the money that they have that have spent it with me, and so it's been very interesting.
All right. Have you ever gotten a duffel bag of money? That's what I want to know.
So this is being recorded.
Yeah,
well, I'm going to blame it on my old fashioned, but there's been numerous times that I've been paid in some kind of really cool manners that would suit well in a Goodfellas movie.
I had it happen once to me where, and it was a deal. I guess I'm not supposed to say I'm drinking, whatever. But I did actually have a client one time show up with they actually said it wasn't like $1 million, although there was probably that and more in the bag, but they owed me, I think it was, I don't know, a couple $1,000s, whatever. And he said, hey, do you mind if I pay you in cash? And I said, I thought he was joking. And I'm like, yeah, sure. As long as I get paid. And he literally pulls up this duffel bag, opens it up, and there's like hundreds of dollars, like stacks of $100 bills, like all. And I'm like, I felt like it was a drug deal. That was the only experience I've ever had. But I'm sure you've had way cooler shit happen. So,
well, I was now that we're going down this path, I was in Krakow and I turned up at my hotel and I went up to my hotel room and there were 2 girls in there and a suitcase. And the suitcase had all the cash in there, and there were 2 girls there. And I was like, well, because I saw the suitcase. I first of all thought I'd gone in the wrong room, and they were like, hello, Steve. And I'm like, hello, what's going on here? And they said, you are supposed to phone up. And I WhatsApped my client, and I'm like, I don't know if I'm in the wrong room, but there's a suitcase and 2 girls. He went, well, the suitcase is the payment, and the girls are my Christmas gift. And I'm like, I'm married. And he said, so? And I was like, all right, okay, thank you very much, Ben. So I said thank you very much to the ladies. They left, and then I just opened up this suitcase very tentatively, and it was all sitting in there. So there you go. There was some interesting moments. Now, the next question is, how the hell do you fly home with a suitcase full of cash back to LA? That's a story that I'll tell when I'm drunk. I had to make some phone calls for that one.
In a little rowboat, right? You just kind of, Oh my God. I bet just, I can't imagine the stories that you tell, but I want to, I think with people, what I want them to know about you is, you're just, that's how do you kind of put yourself, how do you describe what you do? And you're so unique and what you do. I mean, you have mastermind groups that you take and you say, here's the date in the city and show up at this point, and they don't know what they're in for, where they're going. There are these experiences. And so to kind of bring it back a little bit to like a business kind of lesson, if you will, I mean, I think today what customers really want are experiences. They don't necessarily just want goods and services. Goods and services are boring, right? They want experiences, whether you go into, like when we were talking about Disney earlier, you go somewhere and you have something that is unexpected happen. it's magic. I mean, what are your thoughts on like for business owners and delivering experiences?
Well, the bottom line of it is if you operate a transaction, then Amazon's waiting to put you out of business. If there's an algorithm that can replicate you, you're done. You're going to be flipping burgers or serving me a cappuccino. So I think what today people want is creativity. They want people to come forward and go, hey, I need this. And they need the business owner to go, do you really? May I ask why you need that? Could we possibly go in this route? Would this work better for you? They want to be questioned. And people would come to me and they go, oh, I'd like to do that. And I would literally go, is that good enough? Is that going to wake you up at midnight? Is that going to wow your crowd at the next barbecue party? You know, this is it. Hey, if you're telling me that's good enough for you, I'll make it happen. And they're always like, no, how can? And so even with my speakeasies, I wanted to do the same. We've all been to masterminds. We've all been there because it's at the Marriott and it starts at 9 and, you know, so-and-so's here and this person's here. And you go along. And I thought to myself, is that really good enough? So I just said, quite simply, turn up at this location the Friday before the event. The event starts on Monday. I'll tell you exactly where it is. And you just turn up and enjoy a ride with me for 2 days. And I just want to kind of like shock people. And let's be blunt, me and you both know this. There's that element of nervous, uncomfortable that is where the best growth comes from. And when they're that uncomfortable, when that kind of what's going on here, they're way more receptive. That's what you've got to do to your clients. And the good thing is when you're delivering an experience to your client, they don't care how good your website is. They don't care how pretty you are. They love the experience and they get addicted because, as you said, nobody's doing it today. So I don't care if you're selling cakes. I don't care if you're selling a book. I don't care if you're selling services. Create an emotional trigger around what you do and create a reaction and create an experience.
Right. And you're brilliant at that. So if people wanted to learn more about you or your speakeasies and the things that you do, where would they go to get more information?
Well, shallow plug for the book there. SteveDSims.com can tell you every kind of knowledge about what of a dysfunctional misfit I am. Tells you about my speakeasies, my book, my drinking habits, my over addiction for buying motorcycles and not selling them, and all the other weird things you need to know about me.
That sounds very, very cool. Well, we are definitely going to be, we're promoting that on the video and let people, we need to have you at one of our events. You know, we're actually doing at our boot camp this year. And there might be a speakeasy type party. So maybe we need to consult with you and how to make it more than just, You
know how to get a hold of me.
All right. You're amazing. All right. Well, cheers to you. Happy New Year, Steve. I appreciate you so much for doing this for St. Jude and helping us raise some money, of course. And so happy New Year. And here's to your health and happiness. All right.
I'm thrilled you're doing this, Robin. All the best.
I need a refill. All right.
There we go.
Thank you very much. All right. Mike, have you ever just shown up to a hotel room and had like a bag of money and two hookers? I mean, like, is that ever happened?
Be a good idea to say if I had, but no. But no, it's funny. So when I was with Dan Kennedy's company, we actually bought like a $15,000 package it was like the second place gift for the Bluefish for some affiliate event or whatever. Don't know what the people ever used it on. But then we did a Kentucky Derby thing as well with them, and the people just had an awesome time.
Yeah, I think, like with Steve, I mean, they will do the boring stuff because we've given away the certificates, and I think people like, oh, I'm going to go on a family vacation, but we're like, no, go like get on a jet plane and a fighter and fly it over the Sahara Desert or I don't know, whatever, some crazy shit like that, because he really can figure all that out. It's amazing to me. So all right, so we're going to keep moving right along, and next up, one of my most favorite people in the world, Mr. Chris Voss. Is Brandon with you, Chris?
No, I'm afraid he's not. I think he's probably been taken hostage by his bride.
Oh, Good use of the word there, right? So if you guys aren't familiar, I mean, as you can see it in the back, Chris is the best-selling author of Never Split the Difference. It's actually one of my all-time favorite books. I'm in my beach house, and I have a very limited library because we just bought the house not too long ago, and whatever. But like you can see, I've got your book here.
Oh, you do have it. Very good. All right.
Yeah, I do. I mean, like I've got it. It's one of my favorite books. Here's the other thing I'll tell you, I do a lot. I listen to you. I love listening to you talk about negotiations and just communication, and I've told you this before. I mean, I read a lot of books. I have a lot of speakers. I know a lot of gurus, blah, blah, blah. I've been doing this for 20 years. And I'm at a point where it's really hard to impress me. And Chris, you impress the hell out of me. What you teach, about negotiations, influence, persuasion, emotional intelligence. It's something I think definitely every salesperson, but every entrepreneur needs to know, because as an entrepreneur, you're in sales, you're negotiating with your employees, with your clients, with your vendors, with everything. I mean, that's an entrepreneur. You wake up every day and your job is to organize other people and get them to do what you need them to do and perform. And your book, your approach, everything is all about that. I know my audience who's watching this knows you. I don't need to do a big introduction because I talk about you all the time. And I'll tell you something funny before I let you know. We were just down in Miami, and we were at an event with Marcus Lemonis, and I brought in Fred Vicola, who's the CEO of Kaseya, and a tremendous guy. He donated $100,000 to St. Jude just on the spot, right? And he's a brilliant guy. He's a visionary, everything else. And it was kind of interesting. One of the audience members, we call it Boston, because he started his question with him, would it be a ridiculous idea, right? And then he asked us, and here's what was funny. Fred didn't know what was going on. Everybody in the audience started laughing, they're all like, he's gonna get him, So anyway, no, I just appreciate you so much. And I'm glad to have you here.
Thank you. Yeah, it's cool. It's fun to be on. I see you got the unofficial wine of the Black Swan Group behind you there, Prisoner, huh?
I have it's called a Methuselah size, this jar.
Right.
It's huge. And what happened is I opened it before Christmas. I'm down in my beach house. We have the whole family here. So I'm like, we'll get through this, right? And one of my family members, it was my nephew, got COVID. And so everybody fortunately he was the only one, but everybody just bailed out of the house. So I'm sitting here trying to finish this damn thing before the year's up. You know what I mean?
It's a worthy goal.
It is. I'm doing my damnedest. Yeah. So, okay. So, well, what are you drinking? Are you drinking anything?
I got a little vodka here. I think it's, let me see. It's hard to see. It's a Russian vodka.
Oh, there you go.
Appropriate. The Russians were the adversaries for so many years. And so if I'm going to drink a vodka, it's got to be Russian vodka. But I put that up on my Instagram a day or two ago. And Lance Armstrong, I met him on an airplane. He's a great guy. I mean, us meeting each other actually was a pretty interesting interaction. But then he had it on the Instagram. It should be Lift vodka. So evidently, he's got a vodka made from aspen water that he's promoting. So I'll probably try that next.
How was so Lance Armstrong, right?
Yeah.
How was he when you met him? Because I thought about interviewing. I know there's the stigma around all the cheating and you know what I mean? And he's taking his lumps for it and all that. But what was your read on him?
All right. So absolutely great guy. And let me run down how this went down, because I thought it was kind of funny. Mm-hmm. All right. So I'm on a flight to Austin and flying business class, and the seat, I get the aisle seat, the window seat next to me. Now, half the time somebody comes in on a window seat and they want to throw their bag in your leg room. Like, the one thing that I've noticed is, you run into people, you run into jerks on business class, you fly economy. I never run into those problems flying economy. And so I get on there and I'm always really wary, and the seat's vacant and it's not being filled. And I'm thinking, why don't they upgrade somebody to the seat? Somebody needs to be sitting in the seat. At the last minute, just before the plane takes off, this scruffy little guy in, like outdoor gear, he comes in and he plops down in his seat. And he's kind of rough around the edges, and he's clearly not making eye contact with me. And he's got his headsets in, which is the universal sign of, I don't want to be bothered. Don't talk
Leave me alone. Yeah, yeah.
And so I'm just staring at this dude because I want to make sure he doesn't try to throw his bag in my leg room. And while I'm staring at him, I'm like, holy mackerel, that's Lance Armstrong. And that's why I don't want to talk to anybody. He's probably being tired of being given a hard time. So we got a mutual friend who's a super good guy. It's a dude in LA named Jeff Spencer. Jeff Spencer is a chiropractor, physical therapist, worked with Lance extensively over the years, also worked with U2 once when they were on tour, keeping him in shape. So I think, all right, let me get a read on what kind of a dude this guy is. I'm going to drop Jeff's name, and his reaction is going to tell me 1,000% on what kind of a guy he is, because Jeff Spencer is a great guy. So I tap him on the shoulder. He pulls the thing, and he says, yeah. And he says, look, we got a mutual friend. Does the name Jeff Spencer mean anything to you? And he goes, oh, yeah. Jeff is a great guy. How do you know Jeff? And we start to talk, and I say, I wrote this book, Never Split the Difference. And we chatted about that. And he's like, that's really cool. You got to be a guest on my podcast. And he invited me onto the podcast, and I've stayed in touch with him over the years. And then as I'm telling, different people in a Black Swan group, our director of operations, Chelsea, lives in Kalamazoo, Michigan. And she says there was a bike ride in Kalamazoo. On a previous bike ride, a truck had run into 6 bicyclists and killed all of them. So there was this massive memorial ride for them. And Lance Armstrong showed up out of the goodness of his heart and led the ride. He didn't even know these people. And she says, I don't know what the rest of the world thinks of Lance Armstrong, but in Kalamazoo, Michigan, we love this dude because he went out of his way after he'd taken all this heat to do something good for some people who'd had a tragedy. And so I figure I want to let him know that. And so I texted him back. I said, hey man, Kalamazoo, Michigan loves you. And he says, yeah, he says that bike ride, that was the hardest thing I ever had to do. Cause they expected so much from me and I was just there to be supportive. I didn't know what to say to him. So my view, Lance Armstrong is a really good guy. I really like him.
Yeah. It's interesting how you hear about like famous people or just in general, you hear something happen to someone and, we all make mistakes. I think he made a mistake. I think he's learned from it because I've heard subsequent interviews, where I think at first he was a little more arrogant. I think he's been humbled. I think he's kind of, come to peace. I've actually thought about having him as an interview on my stage, because I like hearing diverse stories. I mean, I think any one of us, the way I look, when I hear something like that, any one of us could make a mistake like that and be broiled like he was, was it fair? Was it not fair?
Right.
I don't know. But you know what I mean? Like, there's 2 sides to every story. I always think that, if we're just going by what the media says, forget about it. You're only getting what one side has. But all right. Well,
I'll throw out one more thing on him. His interview on Joe Rogan was a great interview.
I saw that. Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
It was very good.
And that really helped me make up my mind because Rogan, in kind of a nice way, he wants to be fair. He doesn't pull any punches. Mm-hmm. Like a number of times when he got ready to ask Lance a question, he would say, all right, so back when you were cheating, it's not like he's trying to pretend like it didn't happen. It was really interesting.
Yeah. No, I've watched that. That's exactly. And I mean, I can't imagine you got to give him a little bit of credit for, there's some people that just hold up and said, I'm not doing any interviews. I'm not talking to anybody. I'm just going to hide out until the whole thing settles down. But he's actually been allowed to be interviewed and people talk to him and he takes the hits, man. I mean, people ask him like really blunt, hard questions and, that's something I think all of us need to learn how to do, because we're going to get confronted with people. And that's kind of like your area of expertise. I think you're really good at reading people and coaching people how to be, I was trying to think about this, like, what is the essence of what you teach people? I mean, and I don't know. I'd love to hear kind of, because there's so much to it, like the topic of empathy and understanding. It's not just persuasion. It's not just negotiation. It's what you teach is so much deeper. Like, how would you describe the essence of what you help people with? What would you say it is?
I think it's another way to think of it is applied emotional intelligence. And, one of the things that we've run across these days, like sort of the reverse effects, like if you really if you make it a point to actually, articulate the other side's point of view, like it centers you your decision-making is better, because then you're not looking at things in such a slanted way, just forcing yourself to take a look at it from the other side's point of view. First of all, it's incredibly beneficial for the other side for you to do that, which, that's a great fringe benefit. But we're seeing across the board, I think it leads to better decision-making for people that do it. So it can, it can be, the application of empathy can end up being a very selfish thing to do because it brings so much benefits to the user.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, like, so I think, like, again, anyone who's watching this, go to your website, sign up for the courses, the training and so forth. One of the things, like the book is Never Split the Difference. So really quick, explain what that means, right? Because like people think in negotiations, well, win-win, and I give and you give, right? What is that concept?
So there's splitting the difference is only one or two things. And I'll be ridiculously blunt and harsh here for the sake of brevity. Splitting the difference is either a sucker move or a guaranteed lose. Mm-hmm. So a lot of people will split the difference, try to be fair, but they're being lazy. I'm worn out, I'm tired. Why don't we just meet in the middle and call it a day?
So right. Yep. Or they're afraid. Right. Exactly.
Right. So even if you're doing it intentionally, I mean, you're going to end up with a half-baked answer. It's like, I don't know whether or not to wear black shoes or brown shoes. So why don't I split the difference? Wear one black, one brown. Like I could go on at length as to how good, well-intentioned splitting the difference led to destructive effects for both sides. I mean, you can't come up with a right answer if you take half and you try to bolt it onto somebody else's half.
Everybody's unhappy. Everybody's unhappy,
and it's guaranteed not to work well. It's an automatic guarantee not to work well. Now, the sucker move is you're being conned by the other side. And I was at a training, a major pharmaceutical company a couple of years ago. One of the executives who's not in the training corners me in a cafeteria at lunch, and he says, "Hey, I hear you're getting splitting the difference. I do it all the time, and it really works for me." He says, "So what's the problem with it?" And I said, "Well, in point of fact, it's a sucker move. The vast majority of the time, the other side of the table just doubled or tripled the price. They ended up where they wanted to be anyway all along, and it's a lie. It's a sucker move."
Right.
And he kind of laughed and he goes, "Yeah, that's what I do. I just ask for 3 times as much as I want. I always end up with what I want anyway. The other side feels like they got a deal when in fact I got what I wanted all along."
Yeah. I think what people think about when you talk about negotiations, at least when I've talked to people about negotiating, they feel uncomfortable because they feel it has to be confrontational and it has to be win-lose. Like I have to get one up on you in order for me to win. Right. And I think what you teach is a much more sophisticated, elegant way of interacting with people so that you're more creative, you're more open, you're not, and it's, and you end up with a better deal because especially like all of us that people watching this, we're in business, right? So if we sell a client, most of my clients aren't in transactional businesses. It's not like, hey, I'm going to sell you this bottle of water. And if I hate your guts, I'm going to give you your money. I'm out of the store. I don't have to deal with you again. We're dealing with people we're going to have to live with, right?
Yeah.
And you don't want that sourness to be brought over. And I think what I've learned, and I think my clients is how do you find what really is motivating somebody.
Yeah.
How do we get a good deal where it's like one of my absolute favorite things that you say is never be so sure of what you want that you're willing to accept something better. Crazy,
Yeah.
And that is, I mean, the wisdom in that is phenomenal. So,
Thank you.
we're up against time. I could sit and talk to you for hours. I mean, that's the problem. I had Kevin O'Leary on earlier and you're way more interesting. Oh, wait a minute.
I was going to come on saying I was a real Mr. Wonderful. He claims to be Mr. I'm the real Mr. Wonderful.
Well, you know how he got that name. Do you know how he got the name? Yeah, because he was so for those of you who don't know, he was on Shark Tank and he was grilling somebody for some deal or whatever. And Barbara Corcoran looked at him and said, well, aren't you Mr. Wonderful? And she said it like, you're like, that was code for you're an asshole, Kevin. And he's like, yeah, I am Mr. Wonderful, so he's a good guy. I'm just teasing. He's great. I really do love Kevin. So, but no, Chris, thank you for being here. Real quick, if somebody wanted to learn, I mean, you've got free videos on your site. I mean, you got like a ton of stuff. Where would they go to get more of what you teach?
Yeah, best thing to do really is sign up for the newsletter. The newsletter is a gateway to the website. It's a gateway to special training announcements. Like if you're in a place to text to sign up, the number you text to is 33777. That's 33777. The message you send is Black Swan Method. 3 words, not cap sensitive, spaces in between the words.
Spaces.
Sign up for the newsletter. What's that?
Okay. Spaces in between the words?
Spaces between the words. Black Swan Method, 33777.
Perfect. All right. We'll make sure we post that on the video and so forth. But I mean, thank you, Chris. You have been a tremendous asset to me personally, to my audience. I love you. And you are a really genuine, nice guy. I mean, that's the thing, it's like, you think that negotiation guy, like I got to be hard. And you're like one of the nicest people ever.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure.
Yeah.
Thanks for doing this thing today. I think it's very cool.
Yeah. Thank you. All right. Cheers to you. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Very cool. All right, Mike, you're not allowed to use his techniques to get a raise. I'm just saying. All right. Because it'll probably work.
No, I thought it was awesome. What was it last year when you had Chris on, like at the height when no one knew what was coming on with the pandemic and everyone was like accepting 0 payments for a bunch of things from clients because everyone was being told just call everybody and tell them you can't pay. And you brought him on and he coached our members and told them how to actually get paid so they could stay in business and everything. So it's a really good message. Good guy. I mean, our members absolutely love him. Just a great member of the community.
Oh, for sure. It's amazing. Yeah, I forgot about that. But yeah, during the pandemic, when a lot of MSPs, people watching this, everybody was like, and he made the point too, like he said, right now, a lot of people are just calling and fishing for discounts. Yeah. Like they're just calling it, even if they don't need it, they're just going through their vendor list and going, hey, can I not pay you? Can I defer? Can I, whatever, get a discount, skip a payment, whatever. And Chris actually was the one who said, here's how you can decline that, but in a way that won't harm the relationship. So I thought that was very cool. So, all right. Very good. All right. We're going to keep moving on. I'm starting to feel my liquor a little bit, not much. I still think I could do like 50 push-ups. All right.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. That's, I'll say more than I can do. No one's surprised by that though. Yeah. So.
You put a big spring under your stomach. It makes it so easy. You know what I mean? That's the way you do it. All right. So our next guest, I've got Mr. John Ratliff. Some of you remember John. He was a speaker at boot camp. Was it this year, John?
Yeah, it was this year. Just
holy shit!
Short months ago. Yeah,
it
seems like 2 lifetimes ago, but yeah, it was May of this year.
You're living a life when you like what is it, 9 months ago feels like 2 years. I mean, like, oh my God, I'm jamming so much in. So John is somebody who I've come to know. I think we originally met through Vern Harnish. I think originally you were at that event I was doing with Vern. Do you remember that? Yep. Were you there?
Yep. Yeah, I was there.
And so John actually, he grew well. So he's the founder of a company called Apple Tree Answers. He started that from scratch. He grew it. through acquisitions from a single office to 24 offices across the country. I think at the point when you sold it, it was about 650 employees. You're now running the coaching division for Vern Harnish, Rockefeller Habits, which a lot of my members know Vern. They've seen him. They've had him speak at, we've had him speak at our event. And you at Align 5 in your business now, you do primarily mergers and acquisitions. You got your hands on a lot of things. When I was writing some notes, I was like, well, shit, I don't know. Are you running Vern's coaching? Are you doing mergers, acquisitions? So, tell the audience just kind of what it is. I think, what is your focus? What are you doing these days? Because I know you do the Vern Harnish coaching, but you also do mergers and acquisitions.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's kind of all of the above. I think I was lucky enough early on as an entrepreneur. I was probably, I don't know, let's say 4 or 5 years in, and I was lucky enough. Someone recommended that I read the E-Myth, and Michael Gerber in the E-Myth talks about pulling the curtain back, and there's a whole different way. And that really began a journey for me of kind of becoming a better entrepreneur. And I got so much help along the way. Vern and I crossed paths probably the first time in, I think, 2004, 2005. I joined EO, and I never would have gotten to where we ended up without all that support along the way. So I sold Appletree, the call center company, in 2012. And really since then, I've been on a mission to make sure that other entrepreneurs that are kind of on that path, and it's a lonely road. I mean, right, Robin, your members, the entrepreneurs on this call understand that it can be a really lonely path. And it's kind of been my life's mission to help that group of people. Like, that's my tribe. That's I want to be a hero to the entrepreneur. And in some ways that's strategic consulting. In a lot of ways it's helping with M&A. I think, it's interesting. You had Chris on before me. Negotiating is one of those skills that just doesn't get taught properly. And entrepreneurs really struggle to understand negotiating. They also really struggle to understand exit strategy. And it's kind of like this black box. And, our analogy is that doing M&A properly when you've never sold a company before is virtually impossible. It's like trying to play golf for the first time ever, and you're playing against one of the top tour pros, and there's no chance. It's a complete mismatch. So my mission in life is actually to help entrepreneurs navigate the trickier parts of the landscape and things that I got help with along the way, and obviously worked out well for me. So yeah, it's consulting, it's M&A, it's that kind of whole universe. And the coaches organization, that's about 250 people around the world, 6 continents actually, that wake up every day and that's all they care about. Their mission is helping entrepreneurs. So it's pretty cool. Even though I have my hands in all sorts of different pots, there's really a thread that kind of ties it all together, and that's what it is. And I mean your people, like the middle market, like gut it out from scratch, start it, like claw your way in and get it going. Like, that's who needs the help the most. It's not, we don't help $500 million companies, and we help some $100 and $200 million companies, but really we're about like the ones that are crossing that line between, like, started it from scratch and we're scaling the wall, and now we know like where we want to go, but we don't know how to get there. That's who I love to help and be involved with.
Yeah. I mean, I think you think about it, like, I think most people in business, myself included, you start out, for me, I was just replacing a job, and I needed a way to make money. And, maybe I think there's some people start businesses that have big visions. But for me, it was just kind of, that was the sort of bleh. It was just like hey, I got to get a paycheck. And at some point you kind of wake up and you go, I could probably grow this thing. And how big could I grow it? And what could this be? And you start to learn that. And you go, and you're right, you go on this journey, and then the acquisition, especially in the MSP space, because mergers and acquisitions are so hot in this space. The message that I keep telling my members is, you're in a very hot sector. There's a lot of money. There's mergers, acquisitions. Take advantage of that. Take advantage of it, because it's not happening in carpet cleaning. It's not happening in, I don't know, like pet sitting, I don't know, whatever, it's not that they're bad businesses, but there's this opportunity. And I think you're right. I mean, at some point in your entrepreneurial journey, you get to a point where you go to yourself, you know what? I need to have an exit strategy.
Yeah.
And not even because you're tired. I mean, sometimes you're tired and you're done. Sometimes it's like, I'm ready for chapter 2. Sometimes, like I think you mentioned to me with Apple Tree Answers, you woke up one day and said, shit, I got a lot of my personal equity is tied. If personal equity is tied in this, if this thing, something bad happens, downturn in the economy, I don't know, one of your employees does some stupid shit and you're like, maybe I should take some chips off the table. Right. So I think most entrepreneurs, and I say this, I'm saying most because I'm speaking from I've worked with over 10,000 clients. I'm an entrepreneur myself. I think we don't think, and I'm saying we, because I'll include myself in it. You don't think about the exit as much as you should. And, you don't want to wait until you absolutely must exit to exit. Like you want to be thinking about this. What do you say? Like 3 to 5 years?
Yeah, 3 to 5 years is ideal. And really almost, the day you start your company should be the day you start to think about it. But
it should be, but it ain't going to happen. Right.
But
I mean, most people are like, how do I get a customer in here day one? That's the goal,
Right. Well, the interesting thing too is that until Larry Page cracks the code on immortality, every entrepreneur is going to have an exit at some point. Exactly. And what we like to say is you either get to choose it elegantly or it gets chosen for you. And having your exit chosen for you is a really bad idea. Whether you're going to pass it on to your kids, sell it to your employees, sell it to a financial buyer, sell it to a strategic buyer, or just close the doors, you want to be really thoughtful about what that means and what that means to you. And we come across people all the time that say, I'm going to worry about that down the road. I'll figure that out later. I have no interest in selling. I have no interest in this or that. I'll figure it out later. And then, something happens. It could be disability. It could be a death in the family. It could be a divorce. They call them the 70s or 60s or 5. But you could get disenchanted and not want to be there anymore. And if you haven't been proactive and thought about it ahead of time, then you wake up one day and you're like, now it's time. And you're behind the 8 ball already. And that's where, again, I talk about the playing field. Buyers are very sophisticated. Most sellers are very unsophisticated, and that is a bad combination. And if you are now an unsophisticated seller up against the clock or some sort of outcome that, is forcing you into an exit now, like that compounds the problem tenfold. Yeah. And we're not saying sell your business. We're saying be ready at all times. Someone might knock on the door and say, hey, you guys are in a hot space. The MSP space right now is on fire for M&A. Someone may knock on your door, and it always goes like this. Hey, have you ever thought about selling your company? And normally the answer is no, I haven't thought about that. And next thing you know, you find yourself with a sole source buyer, and you're 3/4 of the way down the path, and you're in a total mismatch situation. And you want to be really thoughtful and in advance, in case the knock on the door from whatever the knock is, when it comes, you want to be prepared and you want to have thought it out in advance. So super, super important.
Yeah. I mean, I agree. I think, getting your business ready for sale is no different than getting your business to be as healthy and successful and profitable and stable as possible. I mean,
100%.
So it's like, it's kind of like getting your house ready for sale. Like a lot of people are really lazy and sloppy, and the ice maker doesn't work, and there's a big hole in the wall over there, and the carpet's stained, and it's a mess. Right. And so by getting your business ready for sale, it's not like you have to sell, but it actually disciplines you to create a product, because your business is basically a product, right? It disciplines you to think about, hey, are our contracts aligned? Do we have good cash flow? Or do we have financial discipline? I know you and I've talked about, when a sophisticated buyer comes knocking on your door and they say, show me your books, and you send them an Excel spreadsheet. I mean, they're like, you might as well put sucker right across the top, right? You know what I mean? Like, discount, like Walmart discount right across the top, because they're looking at you going, this doofus can't even keep his books, and so and they might see something, they know something, they can get a multiple that you can't. And so they can monetize your business, and they're not interested in paying you as much as they can. I mean, we get calls. So my company, we get calls all the time from people who are like, hey, can you introduce us to somebody who wants to sell? And what they're really looking for, they're not looking for a big multiple buyout. They're looking for the desperate, out of luck, needs to sell, uneducated, buy low, sell high. That's what they're looking for, And exactly. So, I think what you do, I mean, I know you and I talked quite a bit over this last year about creating what we call the BFCC club, the Big Fucking Check Club, where we have our members, and it's all about getting your business ready to sell with a 3 to 5 year ramp, so that you are, in that mindset of, hey, maybe we don't sell in 3 years. But in 3 years, if we get ready for it, we're going to be a freaking awesome, profitable, well-run organization. And there's profit and there's benefit in that,
Amen. And think about it this way, the number one detractor. So I want you to put yourself in the shoes of a buyer, right? You're going to take your capital, you're going to buy a company and put that capital at risk, and then you want to get a return. The number one detractor, the number one risk factor for the buyer is the entrepreneur being completely integral to the company. So if the entrepreneur gets hit by the proverbial bus, or pick your metaphor, and you now have to run this business without them, and it won't run without them, then there's a lot of risk in that capital. So why not, as an entrepreneur operating a company, make yourself redundant, so you don't have to be there 80 hours a week. You don't have to miss your kids' birthday parties. You don't, you're not like the central hub of everything. And I think a lot of entrepreneurs, especially ones that have started from scratch, that's all they've ever known, right? What dumbass would ever start a company? It's like the worst job ever. It pays like $1 an hour for the first few years. And we're totally beholden to the business. Why not take the time now to figure out how to not be beholden to the business? By the way, that's going to give you better life balance. That's going to give you better happiness, all those things. And as a side benefit, it's going to raise the value of the company. So exactly. And listen, I get it. I was there. I slept under the desk. I missed payroll. I did all the stuff. But one day I woke up and I'm like, there's a better way. And I don't need to be like, my identity is not tied to it. And this is so, so, so important. If your business is like your arm, like an extension of you, and you're so tied to it and it's part of your identity, it's probably going to wear you out really fast. You think about your business as something completely separate from yourself. You said it, your business is a product. It's an asset that you're basically going to grow and nurture. And one day someone else will value that asset and give you capital in exchange for the asset. And that's how to think about your company. It is not you. It is not your identity. It should be something that's separate from you, that you nurture and grow. So so
if somebody was watching this and they're an entrepreneur and they're thinking that all sounds great, what would be like, if they're starting this new year, like what would be something they should do? Is there start doing this? Is there a first step, second step you would recommend?
Yeah. So depending on where they are in their cycle, one of the easy things they can do, first off, is to look at their finance situation. So if they just have a bookkeeper that's doing their books, look at maybe getting reviewed. That's like the first level, reviewed financial statements. If you've already got reviewed financial statements, you might think about getting audited financial statements. The longer the tail on your financial statements, either reviewed, audited being preferred, but reviewed at the very least, number one, gives you the opportunity to really take a deep dive and look at your business from a different perspective and get a different set of eyes. But number two, it would give a prospective buyer a little bit more confidence in those numbers. So that would be number one. And number two for me would be take a really long, hard look in the mirror and say, if I got sick and I had to leave for a month, would it be better or worse when I came back? And if the answer is worse, that's the first place to start. And that's a hard question for a lot of us to ask. And, oftentimes the answer is, oh my God, it'd be a disaster when I came back. So start looking at the areas where you can maybe delegate some things, or you can automate some things, or you can change some things around that don't always require 1000% of your attention. So that would be the first, for me, that would be the first thing I would look to do in the new year. And then, you know, you can start to take a deeper dive. Do you have the right employees? Do you have the right customers? Do you have the right mix? Do you have here's another huge one that detracts value. Does one of your customers command 20, 30, 50, 80% of your revenue, or do you have a really diversified customer base? So that doesn't mean you get rid of the 80% of your revenue customer. It means you start to diversify and look at some other areas. And there's a million more that follow on from there, but that's probably where I would start in 2020. Yeah. And this is financials. The financials are huge, but this is super, super important. So we talk about a concept called, when we sell companies, typically we get outlier outcomes. We get outlier valuations for our clients. And everyone always asks me, I was on the phone with a friend of mine today. We had an hour-long conversation, and he's like, how do you get the outlier valuations? And it comes down to this concept that a business is worth two different things. One is the financial cash flow of the business. And any MBA student from any reputable MBA program can tell you the financial value of a business. You discount the cash flow, you pick your interest rate, and that's the financial value. But over and above the financial value is what we call the strategic value of the business. So if somebody were to own your company, what value above the cash flow might they be able to extract from the business? And the way we talk about this, we use a term called Rembrandts in the attic. I'm sure, Robin, you're sick of hearing me talk about Rembrandts in the attic. But the idea is, imagine there's a home for sale and it's worth $1 million. And you and I and someone else are going to bid on that home. But I know, you don't know, the other bidder doesn't know, and more importantly, the seller doesn't know. But I know that 20 years ago, somebody hid a Rembrandt, an original Rembrandt, in the attic of that home. You might really like the kitchen. Somebody else really might like the backyard. You might bid $1.05 million, or maybe even 1.1 million. And the other bidder says, oh, it's only worth $1 million. And the seller says, wow, I'd love to get $1.1 million for this house. But I know that if I buy the house, I get that Rembrandt that's hidden in the attic. I might be willing to bid 2 million, 3 million, 5 million. Who knows what that art is worth? Every company has Rembrandts in their attic that are worth way more than the cash flow of the business. But until they can really identify those, and more importantly, reverse engineer the value for the buyer, knowing what the buyer could extract. It could be your customer list. Maybe you work with like blue chip pharmaceutical companies, and you've got MSAs that are almost impossible to get with like the top 30 pharma companies. Well, someone else that wants to sell into the pharma space might really value those MSAs, and they might be able to bring their products to those customers. It could be a piece of software or technology developed. It could be your team. Like it's hard to find talent right now. Your team could be a strategic value driver. There's a million more. We could run through a long list, but know the Rembrandts in your attic. And oftentimes, here's the hint and the clue. It's often the stuff that you totally take for granted. It's often the things so fundamentally good at, you don't even think about them because you're amazing at those. There might be another company out there that totally sucks at those things, finding blue chip clients, whatever it is, and they would kill to get that capability. But you don't even value it because it's just who you are, and it's fundamental. So everyone on this call, I think, should go back, and it's a super fun exercise. Go back and think about, all right, if we were to sell to A, B, or C, and that's another clue, company A might think this is a Rembrandt for them. Company B might care less about that, but they love this part over here. So go back and look at your companies and think about, all right, what's the Rembrandt in our attic, or what are all the Rembrandts in our attic, and who might value those? And most importantly, how much might they value those things? And that's where, A, it's like I said, it's fun, but B, that's where you start to really change your perspective on the strategic value of your company and not just the financial value. Yep. So many times you hear your industry trades at 7 times, and everyone thinks, oh, well, we make $1 million a year times 7, we're worth $7 million. We've seen companies that in industries that trade at 7, we've sold for 23 times because they've got a Rembrandt in the attic that somebody's like, and we always
I gotta have it. Yeah, they got to have it.
I'd like to have it. I'd love to have it. I have to have it. As soon as you get to have it, like you just said, then it's game on and then negotiating. So
yeah.
fun. Like it's fun to do. And every business has them, even if you don't think yours does. Every single business has those Rembrandts.
Right.
So
very cool. All right. Well, man, we are up against time. So I appreciate you being here. I know we're going to be working together more in the next year with our members, which is very, very cool. Because I know a lot of our Producers Club members specifically, because they're our high-end members, they're the ones who are most ambitious, I think. I shouldn't say that. I know I shouldn't say it because, but they're the ones that we engage with the most. There's a lot of them. They're really serious about growing their business and really having an excellent business too, so that they can exit at some point. So I know we'll be working together. If people want to know more about you, John, where do they go?
Yeah, so our website is align5, ALIGN, the number 5.com. There's tons of stuff there. Same thing as Chris videos and all sorts of resources. And if anyone wants to have a one-on-one or like a conversation just to kind of run through, they can email our chief of staff. It's Kristen Kopp. So it's K, and she may put it in the chat, I think, but it's KOPP at align5.com, and Kristen can get anyone set up. So yeah, it's a mission. It sounds like a platitude, Robin, and I know you're wired just like I'm wired. It's a mission to help the entrepreneur because somebody helped me along the way and it changed everything for me. And if I can do that, my days of success, if I can do that one time. And that's why we wake up. That's why you wake up every day. It's why I wake up every day. I feel a kindred connection to you. Plus, I love prison.
Yeah.
I love Bella Gloss. I can see that over your shoulder. So
I got Bella Gloss, I got Silver Oak, I've got
and Camus. They're literally like my three favorites. So yeah, I knew we were.
Big ass Prisoner, this Methuselah bottle, which look at this bad. This thing is like carved glass. See, this is not a sticker on here. This is actually carved into the glass. So I'm working my way through it, man. I'm doing my best. I'll be on the floor.
Impressive. That's impressive. All right. Well, thanks for having me. I really, really appreciate it.
All right. Thank you, John. Appreciate
thanks for
it.
the work you do.
All right.
Cheers.
Cheers. Hey, Mike, are you still there?
I'm here. I got.
What are you drinking now?
I got eggnog. Homemade adult eggnog. So
I don't think I've ever had eggnog.
It's good if you know how to do it right. So
that's what she said.
Okay.
I worked that in.
My next line, so never mind.
I had to say it once, like this entire pot. Like I've not been able to use that line, but that was the appropriate place.
Yes.
All right. All right.
Good use of that. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Well, all right. So we've got one more speaker, and then we've got another session. So don't leave. Okay. Everybody's like, what the hell, right? And this is a personal favorite of mine, Mr. Mike Michalowicz. I was trying to think of when I first met Mike. I can't even remember. I think the first time I learned about Mike Michalowicz was when I read his book, The Toilet Paper Entrepreneur. Because how can you not read a book like that? It's just like, it just jumps
Who
right
titles
out.
a book like that? Jesus.
I know, right? What is wrong with you? And I'm like, look at this asshole. I'm going to read this book just to make fun of him. And it's a great book. You don't talk about it that much, you don't that's like, how long ago did you write that? I don't even know.
I think it was 15 years ago, 16 years ago. Yeah, I don't talk about that. Do you talk about your first year at TMT?
No.
Yeah, never.
I want to forget about it.
Dude, you got to check this out. So I'm sitting here at my time, 4:45, and Megan's like, you better be there on time. Robin gets disappointed. So I say, here's the picture of my drink then. I don't know if you can see it.
Yeah, I can see it. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Here's the reality now. Like I'm drinking ice here. And I'm like, how much longer? And like, Robin's drunk.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I know we got a little behind. Well,
I love it. You're wasting.
It's not my fault entirely, sort of, because I've been I've got all this highly paid AV team, and they're letting people run over.
But honestly, it's my favorite. Like when you have those after parties at your house after an event, like let Robin throw back a couple glasses of wine, Maybe she'll sneak a little hooch on the side, and you're in for the ride of a lifetime. Like you do the house tour, you get to the gym and you're like, oh my God, I do like planks here for hours. And then you get to the library and you're like, these are books I don't read. And it's all my books. And you're like, that's my favorite part of hanging out with you.
One of your books, like I'm in my beach house. So like I have like very limited because we just bought it. So like I have your
Congratulations. Where's your beach house?
It's in Seaside, Florida.
Nice.
I got your pumpkin plant.
Oh,
so that like no, I was saying like honestly, this year has been a real like hit every fucking goal.
Yeah.
It's been an amazing year. I mean, I've always wanted to have a beach house down here in Seaside, and we got that. We hit my $1 million mark for St. Jude. We were trying to raise $1 million for St. Jude. We did that. I was named Advocate of the Year. I got a honorary bachelor's degree from High Point University.
Yeah.
It's been like, it's been a freaking unbelievable
I don't know
year.
if you can top it. I don't know if you can top it, but you will somehow, some way. My favorite interview. Can I go off the tracks already?
Yeah, we didn't even tell people who you are. I mean, I showed this.
Whatever. Like no one's gonna know, and you can give me my bio, and they're like, oh, whatever. So here's the thing: I'm interviewing you, and I listened to the interview again. There was a podcast you and I did together where I interviewed you, and this was in part in preparation for my book, one of the books which I featured you in.
Oh.
And there was a realization, and I don't know if this is the words I use, but you're making basically reparations for your life's experience now. Like you're like, I got to fix this and that, and I ain't going to stop. And there's this relentless vigor in you because of your early childhood and in your early life. And I got a call from a big company saying, hey, we want you to do something with us because we struggle with finding people who are relentless. Like we're good at doing art stuff, but we struggle to identify the jockey, but we can identify the horse. And like, how do you pick the jockey? I'm like, they have to have this anger or vigor or trauma that they are committed to permanently resolve. And that's the definition of who you are. So ironically, as great as 2021 was for you, it's like somehow, some way you're going to beat that. Like who beats that? Robin Robbins beats it. So,
it's funny because like Barbara Corcoran said that I had from Shark Tank.
Yeah.
I had Barbara at our event, I don't know, 4 years ago. And her real superpower for her real estate firm that she sold for 66 million, I think. And who sells her? I mean, what's a real estate firm? Like, I mean,
I know.
Like there's like, it's not like a company. It's not like a building you buy. It's not like a software that you buy. It's like, it's a real estate.
It's very ethereal. I know. There's no concrete structure. There's no assets.
There's nothing. She
like a law firm.
66 million, right?
Yeah.
But she actually did build a brand, and what she was really good at was building sales teams, right? And she said the person you want to hire is somebody who's got a chip on their shoulder, a trauma. She said, use that exact word, a trauma in their life.
Yep.
And they're out to prove the world like wrong. And she's like, if you find me that person, they'll chew their way through like anything to get to a goal, and it's funny because we want to discount those people if they've been through some really hard times, or they don't have the exact background, and they don't have perfect parents, and they haven't gone to the right schools and stuff. You know what I mean? Like you go, you got a criminal record.
Right. It's minus a criminal record, maybe are your best assets.
They might. Well, there was a guy that ran a telemarketing firm, and it was a really good firm years ago. I knew this guy. I don't know where he is today, but he said the place he got his best appointment setters, the people who would just grind out the calls and produce, he's like, are people who had a criminal record. They were basically, he said, they're basically good people who made a couple bad decisions, and nobody would hire them. Like they just like, it was like the scarlet letter on them, they couldn't get a job. And he's like, if you gave them an opportunity, they would, and you like treat them with respect. He's like, they would kill for it. I mean, he's like, literally, some of these people are criminal. Like, His recruiting was like, stand outside the prison. So when they like put you out on the other side,
I'll hire you.
Wanted sign,
The irony, just to lean into this a little bit, is, someone who's criminal was convicted of a crime. There's an unbelievable amount of us, including myself, who've committed crimes and just were lucky enough not to get caught. Have you ever been in a fist fight? Have you ever smoked weed? Back in the day, all these things. It's legal now in Tennessee, so everything's legit. But there was a period where we did stuff, we just didn't get caught. I went to a warehouse, and the employer, Stacy, she said, all we hire is people who've been convicted of crime, which is different than criminal, right? Criminal is a label that's who you are for life, but convicted of crime means
repeating, repeat offender or something. Yeah.
And to your point, she said, what these people are no longer are being given, or maybe earlier in their life hadn't been given, is acknowledgement, appreciation, and respect. I interviewed another company just a few weeks ago. It was fascinating. It's in Hunt, Texas. If you're like, where is that? No one knows. It's way out. It's maybe 2 hours out of San Antonio. It's a barbecue house, a smoke barbecue house. And they struggled. The new guy who bought it 5 years ago just bought it on a lark, but he made one simple transition. He went to every employee that works there and started giving them ownership. He simply would point to things like the drink machine and say, you own that now. And he'd stick their name on it. It would say Robin's drink machine. And it was transformational. He had one guy who had a criminal record who he hired because a friend said, please hire this guy. He's struggling in life. He did him a favor. The first week was miserable. The guy showed up disheveled and gross. He didn't get it. After week 2, he wanted to fire this guy. His friend's like, please give him one more week. And he did this ownership thing. He said, you own, and here's a little tip. Start with the smallest thing that someone you think is capable of owning. He said, you own the straws, the freaking straws they also have a bar there on the bar. And he said, just serve them to a level where you're proud of.
I think we got them frozen here.
Yeah, I think we lost them.
It's a good freeze frame though. I like that. It could be a lot worse.
Back now.
Oh, there we go.
You back? Is he back? Where are you back? No, he's frozen again.
Oh yeah. Yeah. See, that one's not as flattering as the previous one.
No, that one's not too bad. He looks like he's gonna sneeze maybe. I don't know. Well, I don't know. We're gonna have to.
Robin will work to get him back.
All right, they're getting him back. He's drinking. I mean, like, look at him now. Look at this shot. He's like this. He's like, he's like drinking, and what is he doing? I bet what he is, he's probably in prison somewhere with the fake background. Like, he's probably got an ankle like cuff or one of those little, I don't know, what do they call little ankle bracelets on. He's not allowed out of his house.
Yeah, no, we gotta ask Eric what those are called.
Yeah. Yeah, I know, right? It's like, hey, let me ask some of my employees. Yeah. I think we should start like hanging out at the Tennessee State Penitentiary or something,
Yeah, I'm already there. Yeah.
Get some appointment setters. Maybe have Missy go hang out there, with some Snickers bars, and they come out and maybe some cigarettes or something to kind of attract them over. What do you think? Is that a good idea?
Yeah, I think it's good we don't have HR. So, Missy, we're sending you outside the prison to attract men.
Hey, wait a minute. It is prison reform. I'm sure there's some way we could use this where it's not going to get us in trouble with HR.
Well, I like that the insulting part is you tell Missy to go outside of prison to attract men, but you think she needs Snickers and cigarettes to do it.
Oh, well, you got to use the right bait. I mean, this is getting worse. Okay. I mean,
so,
all right, back up.
Mike's back.
Back up. All right. Hold up. Wait a minute. Where's Mike? Are you there, Mike? I don't think we can hear him. He's there. We just can't hear him. He's just goofing around. So perfect.
Okay, so be a good time to talk about St. Jude here.
Yeah.
Whole purpose of the event. So we've raised, it's now over $10,000 today, Robin, from when we started for St. Jude.
Are you serious?
So, yeah. Like, I don't know how quickly they track it, but I keep refreshing and it's gone up over 10,000 since we started.
That's awesome. I haven't what you guys don't know is I'm looking at a camera and I've got 2 big screens and I can't look at the camera and look at the video and look at the chat and look at the Facebook and look at the, so like, you got to bear with me. I haven't been able to keep track of it, but I love that we've got that much raised for St. Jude. But guys, again, we did this for St. Jude. I wanted to do something. Think about it. St. Jude is an organization that is to help families who have one of the single biggest devastating blows that anybody could possibly have, and that is to find out your kid has cancer, terminal cancer, and you are desperate for help, and that you can go to St. Jude. Everything is paid for. It's an incredible organization. And like we haven't been selling anything. I mean, we've been telling you go to their websites to the speakers, but that's just, you might want to learn more. I mean, that's not like hawking anything. That's just saying, here's their website, go sign up for some free tips. But if you've had a good year, if you have been blessed, if you have made money, I really do think, and this sounds so terrible, because this is like, I heard this from Dan Kennedy once, Mike, the hole you give through is the hole you receive through. And that sounds really dirty when I say it out loud after I've had a couple drinks. Mike, are you on?
Yeah, I am. And that's how I came back. I came back into your hole.
Is the hole you receive through.
That's horrible. That's horrible. That's filthy. How do you raise money saying something like that, Robin?
I mean, we'll find out.
Yeah. Contributions are skyrocketing now.
Right? All right. Is he back? See, he's not back again. Look at that.
I'm not back.
Are you back? There he is. All right.
I don't know. Am I?
What the hell's going on? Can't you afford good internet? Are you
No,
AOL,
I'm in New
dial-up?
Jersey. Oh my God, it's miserable here. Robin, get us out. We want to go to Florida.
It is nice. It's like 80 degrees and sunny, and I'm on the beach and like having a good time. So,
Oh, great. So it's 37 and wet, and we have no internet. So
I don't know what to tell you, man.
There was a shooting next door.
It's so weird.
Freaking New Jersey.
Whatever, dude.
Whatever.
Yeah, I don't even care.
You do care.
Now we're getting silly. See, like, this is where we started out. We were so proper. Everything was good. Now we're just hanging out and drinking. You know what I mean?
Well, that's the best stuff happens at the bar. It's when everyone kind of lets down the professional affect and gets real.
I agree. I'm really actually really good if I'm a little tipsy. Now you can go too far. Like, where you just get crazy, but
inappropriate.
Well, no, my brain kind of shuts down, but I mean, like, I'm pretty good. I told my husband, so this is funny. This is before we had kids, we were married. And this is back in like 2001, literally 20 years ago. We were sitting in like an Olive Garden. All right. And I know, right?
I love
like,
Olive Garden.
Okay, breadsticks. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay.
Yeah.
Whatever. Endless pasta bowl. It's good values. Don't make fun of it. All right.
Yeah, I'm not.
I was broke. And I was like on this, like I was like having some wine. I was telling him like, here's this business I'm gonna create, I mean, like, and I never, like, I knew I was gonna be successful, but I never had an idea how far I'd go, and it's, I think it's just like when you're running like anything in life, you go this far, and that gives you the courage to go a little bit further, which gives you a little courage to go another, and it's this constant evolution of yourself. So, I'm not the smartest person in the world. I honest to God, like, I'm really not. Thank God I didn't have to earn my degree. I was just given to me. Cause like, if I had to earn it, I'd probably not, I don't know. It would not be good, but I don't know. I just figure shit out, I guess. I don't know. What do you think?
I think Olive Garden's awesome. I was not busting it. So my third date with my wife, then girlfriend, was at Olive Garden, and I grabbed the crayon from the waiter who was spelling their name upside down, and I put "I love you" so I could read it, but it wasn't upside down for her. So she's like, "What does that say?" So it was the worst "I love you" ever. And then I spilled, because the bread was like that amazing rosemary bread, and the oil spilled out over it. So it looked like it said "I loathe you" when she read it. Yeah.
No, wait a minute. No, you're talking about Carrabba's then, because Carrabba's, they have the rosemary bread. Okay. I know this. All right. The Olive Garden has like the plain Jane, like.
Oh, I was thinking macaroni grill. You're right. I was thinking macaroni grill.
No nutritional value. Like like if there's any nutrients in it, they strip it out.
You are right. I rescind my comment. I was thinking of macaroni grill, Romano's Macaroni Grill, where they actually had singers in the restaurant, and I spilled oil everywhere.
That's very romantic. All right.
I interviewed, I think his name's Raymond Romano, which is kind of funny because there's a Ray Romano. So now I'm getting confused. Do you know what they did for business? Here's a business tip for you. He R&D'd, ripped off and duplicated.
Wait. Who's Ray? Is he the founder of Carrabba's or?
No. Of Ramon's or Raymond's Macaroni Grill. The founder of Macaroni Grill.
Okay. That's okay. All right.
He went to Italy, R&D'd, ripped off and duplicated ideas. He took back the idea of fresh cut flowers that no fast food restaurant or chain was doing. He took the idea of a jug of wine on the table and you portion for yourself. It was the honor system of measurement. You at the end of the meal, and he also brought back singers, and people were singing. That they exploded in success until they were acquired in a roll up, and they got rid of all those things because it wasn't cost effective. And well, you know where Macaroni Grill is today.
Yeah, it loses all the romanticism. It's like, Starbucks. I remember going to Starbucks and you could actually get an actual ceramic cup of coffee.
Yeah.
It was not this fast food chain it is today. Not that it's not successful today, but it's funny because like I always say like that if you look at the origins of startups, they all had a USP, a unique selling proposition. They had something that was really, really unique. And then they scale and get big, and then they win for different reasons. But, for all small businesses, if you look at Facebook, it was a hookup website for Harvard, wherever he was, Right? I mean, if you look at Southwest, it was just, they were replacing people driving between, Dallas and Houston or something like that was their little, and of course, low fare. And that's how everything was designed. That's why they literally throw peanuts at you, sit anywhere, don't care, so if you look at any businesses that start up, they always start up with something that's a radical idea, something. Amazon, buying books online, Zappos, buying shoes. Who buys shoes online? That's what else? Think about that business plan. Hey, yeah, we're going to sell shoes to people online.
That's where you buy your Crocs, I think.
Right? What's that?
That's where you buy your Crocs. Your Croc collection. I couldn't believe. I don't know if anyone's seen Robin's house, but she has a whole closet of Crocs. There's a saying about Crocs. There was a research done. This is a true story about prophylactics of all things, and they found that the condom is 97% effective, the IUD 98% effective, but a Croc is 100% effective because if you wear a Croc, you're never getting laid. That's true. That's a true story. It's a true story.
I thought it, yeah. All right. I thought it was Birkenstocks.
Birkenstocks, Uggs. It's all up there. But the Croc is the most effective IUD.
I want to study on the difference between, the Birkenstock and the Croc, which is sexually more attractive, especially if you're wearing socks, right?
Yeah. Yeah. That's a good question. I would say Birkenstocks may win because there's a certain community is I hug trees, Birkenstocks and socks rock. There's no one who looks at a Croc and says, that's badass. Where did you get those? No one ever.
Yeah. Well, I don't know what to tell you. What do you think? Rocket finally came in. He made my 100-pound German Shepherd. I got my desk up so you can't see him. But if you hear heavy breathing, it's not because of all the sexual talk that we're having about Crocs and stuff. It's
Rocket.
German Shepherd. Yeah, it's very cool. All right. So do you have anything useful to share with the audience? Because everybody else has had useful things. But
I know. And I was listening in. I was like, oh my God, what am I going to do for the grand finale? So I got one.
Okay.
And I hope this trumps everybody, but I don't think it will. But I'm going to go give it a shot. I want everyone listening in or watching the recording or in the universe to stop calling themselves an entrepreneur. So hang with me here. I believe the word entrepreneur has become so bastardized and by, pretty popular names too. calling it the hustle and grind, the work ethic, workaholism. That's what entrepreneurship is. And you know, it was never defined that way. Entrepreneurship is someone who takes a risk to make a vision a reality and organizes resources, coordinates, choreographs a team to make it happen. That's what entrepreneurship is. But it's become this bastardized version of just work harder, work like an animal. So here's the challenge. Every one of us, including me, including you, should call ourselves shareholders. And this is a extraordinary change in our mindset because we do become the labels we call ourselves. If I say I suck at math, I'll prove myself right. If I call myself a shareholder, I'm a shareholder in Ford, for example. I don't know, 100 shares. They send a stock distribution every quarter. I got $13 last quarter. And I didn't sit there and say, oh my gosh, I need to run down to the Ford factory to earn this and work my ass off. I didn't say, oh, I don't deserve this. I need to plow it back or push it back into the company. I said, I took a risk by investing in this. I hope the valuation goes up. It could go down. This is my reward for risk. That's what shareholders do. We get rewarded for risk and we influence the direction of the company through strategic direction, votes. We are all shareholders of our small business. Many of us on this call own 100% of our business. If you got partners, you own upwards of 50% or more. You are a shareholder and goddamn it, act accordingly. And what that means is share in the profit because you took on risk. You are contributing to the economy. Your job is not to do the job. Your job is to create jobs. Secondly, is give it strategic direction. So share in the profit for taking the risk and give it the strategic direction, but stop doing the work. Start designing the outcomes you want by organizing, choreographing the resources around you. Call yourself a shareholder from today and forevermore. Mic drop.
Mic drop. Okay.
Mic drop.
That's amazing.
I got to go drink now. That's all the energy I had. That was everything.
That was it, man.
The back of my head's like, hold it together, Mike.
No, I like it. I think you're right. The label you put on yourself. And here's the other thing. I don't think you get to call yourself an entrepreneur if you're a solopreneur, because I think that's bullshit. Like more and more, like I think some marketer made up this term solopreneur to make people feel good about like being the, like you got it, you're working out of your back of your van or something. Not that there's anything bad for a start, because we all start there, right?
To, yeah.
Yeah, but I know
I agree. You're a freelancer status in the beginning.
Yeah, sure. I think, you're right. I think, I always like, to me, the definition I have an entrepreneur is a person who stands as an intermediary between capital and labor for profit. And, that when you're running a business, but the other thing, no, I mean, you got to, whatever blows your skirt up.
I'm just saying that label is shareholder. If you're an intermediary between labor and profit, you are a shareholder. Like that's
profit. Yeah. Labor and capital, because you're like getting money in, you got to deliver goods.
Labor and capital, yeah.
But, but here's, and I'll mention something though, you're saying like grinding it out and stuff like that. I think I'll give one more plus to that. If you don't love what you do, if you're not fascinated with your business and what you do, it will feel like you're grinding it out. It will feel like you're hating life. I think a lot of people get confused where they think, it does take a lot of hard work in business, but I think if you know why you're doing it and you have a why, it pulls you through that. It's all about the label, like to use your term, it's a label you put on experience is the experience. If I go on a roller coaster and I'm scared shitless, it is terrifying. If you go on it and you think it's a joyride, it's the most thrilling thing in the world. It's the same experience. It's just the label you put on it. So I think, to be an entrepreneur, you've got to fall in love with your customer. I think you've got to fall in love with the vision you're creating. You got to fall in love with the people you work with. You got to like I say again, you got to fall in love with your customer. Yeah. I mean, and if you fall in love with your customer, you will obsess over developing something that will help them, that will serve them, that will elevate them. I mean, and this is a true thing. It's not the wine talking, when we, as a company, we grew like 38% this year, massive growth, explosive. I mean, just, it's crazy. And, the only time I mentioned that was at the last company meeting we had about a week ago. But all throughout the year, I can tell you there was endless numbers of emails that we sent out through through my company about a client who wrote in and said, this changed my life, or I closed this deal or something. And that's the stuff that I'm like, holy shit, look at this. And we promote it through our organization. If you go to my office, Mike, you've been there. What's hanging on the walls? Pictures.
Yes, all the testimonials. It's transformation.
But it's, and so I think, I think you're right. I think it's be a stakeholder, but I think it's even more like, it's really about having drive and passion about making a difference to your customers. And you got to be a hero to someone. I know you care about your customers. I mean, that's, you
I'll do anything for my customers. I actually have my life's mission. I don't know if you can see it says eradicate entrepreneurial poverty. This is my home office. I have 2 other offices. They all have that because every second I'm working for that. And I would argue that we've all had that 1 or 2 customers say, you've transformed my life. I think our responsibility is to make it systemic, that every customer needs to experience that. Think about the Zappos, which is such a popular case study, but it's good because we recognize the name. So many people have said, oh my gosh, I ordered shoes and I had a moment of excitement or just pure joy or happiness as they define it. But it's systemic. It's built into the system. And at your business, because I've had the privilege of visiting it multiple times, it's systemic change. It's not one person that says, oh, that was great. It is most people. And you're never going to make everyone happy. But if you can thrill the majority, you have a legacy business, a business that's having impact beyond just the monetary gain.
Yeah. No, I'm going to share with you we turned off the video. So we just did a day event with Marcus Lemonis, and he had us turn the cameras off. But at the end of it, he was saying how, business today is evolving to where it's not just making money, although that's still important. I'm not taking away from that, but you have to have a greater purpose. You have to have a bigger vision. His words, he said, as an entrepreneur, you got to care for your community, your clients, your employees, all your stakeholders. And he said, it's a big burden to bear, but if you're not willing to do it, then don't be an entrepreneur. Don't run a business. And I thought that was really powerful. I wish we had caught that because he asked us to turn off the cameras, but anyway, so no, I'm with you, brother. You know what? We are like well over time here. Look at this. Holy shit. Like, I haven't eaten all day. I've been drinking,
That's the same as eating. The caloric intake's the same. So you're good.
It's about the same. I am going to go down the seaside and I'm going to sit at the bar down there and I'm going to have a pizza.
Yep.
And I'm going to,
and a little more wine.
maybe, carry it in my purse, like, no, I do. I carry it in my purse. Again,
you're classy. I love it. You're like, I only want the good stuff.
Baby.
And you pull out your wine.
Yeah, Robin does like the reverse shoplifting. She brings like expensive wine into the restaurant.
Stuff, yeah. Like, oh, would you like our finest elite house wine? She's like, no, I prefer Camus Select.
Yeah, I'm like a high-end shoplifter. Yeah, it's nice.
I prefer Opus One.
Exactly. And drink it in a red Solo cup.
Yeah, well, that's the only way. That's the only way to do it.
Of course. Yeah, I'm going to go to Walmart. I got a Walmart. I can't even tell my Walmart story. Don't worry about it. Anyway, moving right along. All right, Mike, if people want to know more about you and the sexiness factor of Crocs versus Birkenstocks and whatever the hell else you do, where do they go?
I would prefer everyone, including myself, starts with stjude.org. I'd like to contribute $1,000 today.
Nice. Well, wait, you got to do it through my Robin.
Yeah. So put the link in the chat one more time and I will throw $1,000 in there.
Nice.
So I think what you're doing, we're having fun. Hopefully folks are learning, but what you're doing, the biggest impact is this charity. Yeah. If you do want to learn more about me, it's mikemotorbike.com. And you'll learn why I use that if you go there, but mikemotorbike.com, because no one can spell my last name.
That's the truth.
Yeah, it's true.
Sorry, brother. I love you. I love you, but yeah.
Oh, I love you, sister.
Yeah. Hey, I'll tell you what, hang out in the green room for a minute. We got one last video I want to play. All right. And this is my last hurrah. I want, let's end if anything else, end this year being grateful for whatever it is that you've got going on, because I'm telling you, whatever you got going on, you don't have problems. And I want to play a video for you guys that's going to kind of put everything into perspective. about life and what you do and the challenges we face. And so just please hang with me for a second, Mike, if you don't mind, if you can
Sure.
hang out. Both mics, I got both mics, right? And Austin, whenever you're ready, let's play that video. Hoping that maybe you two could share your story of how St. Jude has impacted your life.
We would be honored to. And on behalf of families like mine, I want to say to you, to everyone that's there, thank you so much for what you have done. Over $1 million for St. Jude Hospital. Wow. You would not believe what an impact that you have made in the lives of children and families just like me. We never thought that it would be our family because, we'd always taken our kids to the doctor and everything that we had done to make sure that they were well, they got all their shots. And if they had sniffles, we made sure they went. And so over the years, I'd heard of St. Jude, but I thought that's just a hospital for poor little kids that don't have any insurance, and they just have a terrible diseases, and so it's just sad for those children. And I never imagined it would be for my family, and that's something that I have found out, that cancer does not discriminate. On December the 21st, 2009, I was told by my pediatrician that my daughter had a cancer. And he said she may have 2 days to live. The only hope that she has is to get her to Memphis to St. Jude Hospital as fast as you can. That's the only hope that you have to save her. We got there on December the 21st, 2009. She had a tumor that was inside of her chest that had collapsed her left lung and had displaced her heart and grown into the right side of her body. The doctors told us there, don't worry. We've got her. And that's hard to hear as a parent. One, that your child has cancer and that she may not live till Christmas. And as my wife and I, we began to talk about these things and about the things that were coming up. We had no idea what we were going to do and how we were going to pay for it. We had insurance, but my insurance company went from a $5,000 deductible to a $10,000 deductible to a $32,000 out of pocket before they'd ever pay a dime. And so as my wife and I were discussing this, we had heard one of the ladies that was given a tour say it took $584,000 at that time to treat just one child with leukemia. And I told my wife, I said, I can't write a check for $584,000. I guess I could, but they'd put me in jail. Or in Congress, because they write a lot of checks they can't. But anyway, as we were going through the treatment, St. Jude came to me and said, Cal, you don't have to worry about those things because we have got things taken care of for your children. Because there are people, just like everyone that's in that room today, that's donated to make sure that your child will not die in the dawn of life. And I don't know if you can see us where you're sitting right now, but I have here with me what $584,000 looks like. It's a stack of explanation of benefits that my insurance, many of them they didn't pay. But I have never received a bill from St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. I've never received a bill, whether my insurance paid or whether they didn't, because of those like you that are in that room today. And on behalf of my wife and I and so many families that you will never meet on this side of heaven, we want to say with heartfelt thanks, thank you so much for all that you have done for us. For as my daughter was diagnosed with leukemia and given 2 days to live on December the 21st, 2009, on February the 19th of 2010, she was in remission. And on February of 19th of this year, we will celebrate 12 years of her being cancer-free. When the hospital was established The survival rate of leukemia was only 4%, and now we're up to 94%. What a blessing that is. But there's still more research that needs to be done. The overall survival rate is just 80%. And that means that 1 out of 5 parents that has a child that has a childhood cancer, that child will not survive. And I know that we can do better. And I know St. Jude is making breakthroughs every single day. And I want to say thank you so much to each one of you for all that you've given and for all that you have done for families just like mine, for those children that are facing these terrible, terrible cancers. Thank you so much for giving for our children.
All right. Well, Cale, thank you so much. And Kaylin, God bless you both.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right. I know. Yeah, it is. I mean, it really is something. You know, it kind of makes you realize when you think you got problems, you don't got problems. You know what I mean? You got no problems whatsoever. So all of you helped with that, everybody in the room. And so I want you to know it went right to St. Jude's. You know, there was, it's going to help people like Cale and Kaylin and families who are going through some really, really tough times, you know, because the last thing you need is the financial burden on top of dealing with what's going on with your child. So thank you very much for that. All right, so that was a video live feed that happened down in Miami when we had Marcus Lemonis, and that was Cale was the father, Kaylin was his daughter, and so like, again, guys, St. Jude is an amazing charity. And the reason I'm doing this live cast, and, it's not at a zero cost to me. We're not selling products or whatever. I just wanted to end this year. I've had an amazing year. And I think as an entrepreneur, Mike, I think you'd agree, both Mikes would agree that, if you have a good life, you have blessings, I think it's a responsibility for entrepreneurs to do more than just make money. I think that make a difference, make an impact. And I'm using my influence, my audience, my money to do that for St. Jude. And it doesn't have to be St. Jude, but in some way, I think that you should give to somebody who's in need. And right below these videos, wherever you're watching it, whether it's Facebook, we have people on YouTube, we've got people on our website, wherever it is you're watching it, go to the link that I've got below. It's a little bit of a selfish thing. I'm asking you to donate through my link. It's not like I get any cutback or it's nothing like that. It just helps me know how much impact I'm having, this audience is having for St. Jude. So Mikey, if you don't mind, if you're going to give your $1,000, let's do it at that link. Cause I
just did. I had a business coach once say to me, he goes, if you can't afford to give a dime, he said, give $1. I was like, what do you mean? He goes, once you start stretching yourself in contribution through effort monetarily, you start to stretch yourself. Mm-hmm. And I just want to invite everyone, if you can't even afford to give a dime, give just $1. Literally just $1. You start to stretch yourself. He also told me what we give comes back. And I remember he said, if you give, it'll come right back to you. You won't believe it. And I was like, oh, every time you give money comes back. I gave for the first time significantly, and he came to me and said, so what came back to you? I said nothing. He's like, well, how do you feel? I said, I felt extraordinary giving. I changed lives. He's like, that's the give back. Every time we contribute, the feeling we have is the ultimate reward. Why are we looking to make more money? Why are we looking to grow our business? Because of how it makes us feel in pride, in impact. When you give, the reward is immediately. So Mike just sent me the receipt. I'm proud to give $1,000, and I hope other people contribute too.
Yeah, so let's keep raising money for St. Jude. Do it before the year ends. That way you can take the tax deduction this year. Like, do it.
Plus that.
Like, you got like what, 6 hours and 45 or something like that. I can't do math. I've been drinking too much. But you got like a couple hours left. Like, get that donation in. It goes straight to St. Jude. That page, you'll see, it's the URL, but it goes, I don't touch the money. I don't get a cut of the money. I'm doing this all, and I'm not saying pat me on the back. I'm happy to do it. I think it's something we should all do. And so anyway, I think that's it, guys. I mean, we got to go celebrate with our families. So Mike, cheers.
Thank you.
And happy New Year's to you guys. And Austin and Jason, who are in the background, still probably Karen and Megan, whoever else is still out there with me, you know, post a comment. Happy New Year's to all of you. And truly, I hope you have a very happy, blessed, profitable, prosperous new year. Cheers, everyone.